Before that, we'll be spending 5 minutes to have a felicitation of with the handoff, because we'll be having our vice chairperson taking a leave from the this conference because of official commitments. So we'll be requesting. फटाफट सबको. We'll be requesting our Honorable Vice Chairman, Mr. Narayan Bhargav, to kindly be there on the dais stage, and also along with that our Vinet Secretary, Mrs. Radhika Bonde ma'am, to also be there on the stage. And also we request Professor Mutt to be there on the stage. We'll be now felicitating the team of our conference who have been relentlessly working. So for me, it is a two-way experience. One, to organize the entire thing, and another to train, teach, instruct, direct the entire team for whom the conference is the first experience that they are filling in whatever the role that they are fitting in. So with this, we are having, our people, those who have really worked, and currently we are having some of them present. I request the dignitaries to kindly be there on the dais to felicitate our team member. And this is a surprise felicitation for them, and we need to thank them. This was supposed to be done in the vote of thanks, but we'll do it now.
My compliments to the whole KCSA team, Pushpendu and everyone for organizing this lovely conference. And I think it should become yearly feature now. And so we should be pioneer who is, we are having the fusion of everything, academics, research, and industry. Next year, I would expect Pushpendu will invite a lot of people from industry as well.
Yes.
So that it was a proper fusion and collaboration of all working together for achieving common objectives. Okay. And very well done.
Thank you, sir.
And the rest of the team members also, all have worked. I would say what we see is like iceberg, only we see the top, but there is a huge effort which has gone behind organizing this and connecting with people, getting people together, collaborating with the Nehru Science Center. So very well done. And yes, next year I expect more audiences also to be there. So we'll have to work out a strategy as to how. I understand it's a very difficult job to get people on this subject. If it was a Lata Mangeshkar night, we would have had.
Yes.
So
Without any tension.
and so we'll have what is it now?
Chinmay.
We'll have Chinmay night.
Yes.
Huh? With that we will.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you, and once again, all the best to the whole team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
So now I would be, we should definitely clap, because that's a very word of wisdom and blessing for us, which motivates us to again come up with our International Space Science, the conference for the season 2 that would be there in the next year. Now, one by one, I will just call the names and I will just give one line on them. So first of all, we'll be like, Iqbal sir, Bulal. So first of all, we'll be looking forward to have someone. उसमें से ढूंढ के फिर देना पड़ेगा, या मैं नाम लेके दूं, दो मुझे मेरे को दे दो, अब बात करें थोड़ा मत दे, मैं बुला दूंगा, ये पकड़ो, everyone sir, full line. Now first of all, I think he is joining, so we are having among us Mr. Zafar, who is our admin head, and he takes care of all the activities for this conference, because without a team, this would not happen definitely. So all time available, like me, 24/7. And along with that, he is always on toe. So whatever the hospitality, running, making the arrangement of food, and whatever we see going perfect, so there is a team and reason behind it. And Zafar is one of them. So I would definitely look forward the dignitaries to felicitate Zafar. And there is a surprise for them. They are also having a medal, which I request my trustees to have, just make them wear so that they feel proud of this moment. Now we are having someone very senior with 4 decades of experience And he is none other than Prof. Iqbal. And I tell my team that generally they are all falling in a category of 25 to 40. Within that age range, we all are there. So I say that being 60 plus, he has the energy which in the age of 30s generally a one should have. So where the age of people, yes, 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 yes. So he is all the time running for outreach. He is all the time running for conference. Here also he is looking, taking care of the media, whom to capture, who will capture what, how to go ahead with. So full time he is on a roller coaster. He never sits at one place. That is, he is a backbone to the system. Now we are having a person who continuously kept on writing the dialogues which have been dictated by me, and also during the journey सुनना तो पड़ता ही है थोड़ा बहुत डांट या जो भी है नहीं ऐसा ही होना चाहिए. So this is because it's an experience of 18 long years which I have with multiple different activities which we have done successfully, flawlessly. Vinit sir is an evidence here. So है अभी नया है सीख रहा है, but he is doing quite well. Flawless guy है सब कुछ. That is how because of training and proper teaching. So I welcome Rahul, who is a permanent anchor for all the things which we do. Thank you, sir. Next, we are having. Next, we have the social media team, where we are having Aditya Nilraj. So whatever you see, the creative, the video, each and everything displayed, each and everything which we feel, and that makes this, working well, being a technology as a backbone. So we are having Aditya and Nilraj. So I welcome them. Next, we are having Chinmay and Pramod, who is all time ready, to get the things, to get the work done, to take the responsibility of whatever they taking care of the kids, because we are having the first batch with us and they are quite young. And along with that, managing the overall as and when the need arises. So I welcome Pramod and Chinmay. करो. इसके बाद इनका भी रेडी रखना. और मौसी लोग हैं यहाँ पे या नहीं है? हाँ. Now we are having one of the co-convener, Dr. Shailendra and Dr. Shraddha, being quite new to the system. They are also equally, they have played a massive role for getting the conference paper and smooth execution of backside whatever these tracks are running continuously with the different presenters. I welcome Dr. Shraddha and Dr. Shailendra. So all this track management with 50 presenters, 80 presenters, 50 papers continuously is going on. So this is what we generally could see. इनके सर्टिफिकेट्स रेडी है सबको, पीछे जो रखे थे लास्ट में वहाँ पे. Now we look forward to have. अभी आकांक्षा को मत भेजो, मुझे दे दो. So we have Akanksha, who has made who was managing with Dr. Shraddha, the registration desk, and as and when needed, coordinating with the parents and rest of the management. That is what she has been doing. So thank you. Now, on behalf of KCSA, we will be thanking the team who have been also there for our housekeeping and other support as and when needed. So I welcome Mrs. Anindita Shete. So, Mrs. Anandita, yeah. बाकी I घेतले मी. Now I welcome Mr. Datta Kumhar. Please. They all have been being with us for last 2-3 days. Next we are having Mrs. Sarika, Mrs. Jana, Mrs. Preeti, and Mrs. Kalpana. Please welcome. Please, please. Yeah, वरती या. या सगळं पटकन या. अरे या लवकर काय झालं? त्या नाव नाही घेतलं. काय झालं कोणाचं? देखो सुनीता नाम है जो उसमें रहेगा. हाँ मैम बुला रही है. नहीं क्या मिसिंग याद नहीं. हाँ हाँ एक दे दीजिए. Now, without taking much time, we'll be having the last felicitation done, and that is for two of the people who have relentlessly again spending the full day standing on the dais, getting less chance to sit, and none other than anchor. The another part, just writing a script would not be sufficient. Anchoring well with the proper tone, pitch, volume, and complete coordination with whatever is going on in the PPT. So back end and front end, they are the face of the this entire conference. So I welcome Rahul again and Mrs. Vardha Joshi. Okay, so I think ma'am is busy. We'll again call back. Rahul, please come. I request the dignitaries to felicitate him. Thank you, Rahul. We'll felicitate Vardha ma'am after some time. So with this, then I thank the dignitaries on dais, our trustee members and governing board member for their valuable support and a kind gesture. And definitely in upcoming years, there will be much more things which will be added up into the conference. Thank you.
We are very thankful. The main person remain here because of whom this all is possible. Dr. Pushpendra Rakshit sir, thank you for everything. Thank you for your guidance.
Yes, now we'll proceed with our tracks. Okay, so we'll proceed with our track 5. And for that track 5, it is our sustainable development. Okay, so I would like to now welcome the session chairs to occupy their positions. We'll provide a virtual thank to the session chair joining us online. So the chair for this session is Associate Professor Dr. Kherar bin Khalil, Must University from Malaysia. He is joining us virtually. A co-chair for this is Dr. Mukund Madhav Tripathi from NMIMS and Professor Vardha Joshi, and our faculty expert, Dr. Vineet Joshi. Now we'll start with the paper presentation, and our first presenter is Sheikh Mohammad Razvi Aslam Bhai. And Meanwhile, Tejasvi Vishwanathan, please be ready next.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheikh Mohammad Rizvi, and my presentation topic is about evaluating the role of biodegradable straws in sustainable dairy packaging, a consumer perspective. So, introduction. Increasing global awareness of environmental sustainability has pushed industries to adopt eco-friendly practices.
Please share your PPT. Are you hearing us? Please
Yes,
share
sir.
please share your PPT.
Screen share. Yes. So, good morning, good afternoon, sir. Everyone, my name is Sheikh Mohammad Rizvi, and my presentation topic is about evaluating the role of biodegradable straws in sustainable dairy packaging, a consumer perspective.
Mr. Rizvi Sheikh, this is Mukund here. Before we
Okay.
proceed, let me tell you, you are allotted total 5 minutes of the presentation. After
Yes.
3 minutes, I'll ring the bell twice, and after 5 minutes, I'll ring 4 times. Afterwards, you need to conclude. If you can manage within, it will be great.
Okay, sir. Introduction. Increasing global awareness of environmental sustainability has pushed industry to adopt eco-friendly practices. Dairy industry faces rising pressure to reduce plastic waste, especially from single-use straws. Conceptual definition. Consumer perception and satisfaction towards biodegradable straws are defined as the attitudes, usability, experiences, and perceived benefits that influence the acceptance of alternatives in dairy product consumption. Need for study. To address the lack of industry-specific studies on sustainable packaging in dairy. Scope of the study to focus on dairy industry consumers of biodegradable straws. Literature review. Environmental consciousness strongly influences consumer preference for eco-friendly products. Usability and practicability are critical for consumer adoption. Research gap. There are 4 research gap: population gap, theoretical gap, research evidence gap, and quantitative evidence gap. Population gap, lack of studies focusing exclusively on dairy consumers. Study design. There are 4 study design: qualitative approach, sample size, demographic variables, participants. In quantitative research, using structure, survey, and in sample size 384 respondents. Original contribution of the study. This study contributes by empirically examining consumer perception and satisfaction toward biodegradable straws in dairy sector. Constructs and hypotheses derived from the literature review. There are 4 DEMA constructs: environmental consciousness, usability and practicality, perceived benefits, consumer perception and satisfaction, sustainable product culture. In environmental consciousness, positive effect on sustainable product culture. Data collection and screening. There are 3 data collection and screening: pilot study, reliability analysis, and data screening. A pilot survey with 88 participants was conducted to refine the questionnaire and ensure its reliability and clarity. Research instruments. There are 2 research instruments: preliminary screening, measure instrument. And there are 4 survey, data cleaning, and data suitability and sample adequacy. In survey administration, participants were informed about the research objectives and provided informed consent. Measurement model. Conformity factor analysis is a statistical technique used to validate the measurement model by assessing the relationship between observed variables and their underlying related constructs. It helps confirm whether the data fits the hypothesis structure based on prior theories or models. Reliability and validity for the scales. Convergent validity is demonstrated as the average variance extracted values exceeding the recommended threshold of 0.50, showing strong relationship between factors and their constructs. Qualitative measurement of model. Discriminant validity is demonstrated at the diagonal values for each construct are greater than of diagonal correlations, ensuring that each factor is distinct and measure different aspects. Result model fit criteria. Goodness of fits chi-square and SRMR and RMSEA and model efficiency. In goodness of fit, the model demonstrates excellent fit with key indices such as CFI. Structure equation model. In structure equation model, environmental consciousness has a significant positive effect and effect on sustainability product culture. Usability shows a strong direct influences on sustainability product culture. Regression analysis. There are three regression analysis model fit, significant predictors, and relative importance. In model fit, the regression analysis showed high R-square values. Summary of finding and discussion. The study confirmed that environmental consciousness, usability, and perceived benefits directly influence sustainable product culture. The consumer perception and satisfaction act as enhances adoption of biodegradable straws. Finding highlight the importance of aligning eco-friendly product design with customer expectation. Implication. There are three implications: theoretical, practical, managerial. Strength, understanding of consumer behavior in sustainable consumption, validates mediation rule for perception and satisfaction. Practical, business can position biodegradable straws as eco-friendly yet practical. Conclusion. This study provides empirical evidence that environment consciousness, usability, and perceived benefits significantly shape consumer adoption of biodegradable straws in the dairy sector. Consumer perception and satisfaction plays a crucial role, meditating role. Cost structure of biodegradable straws, dairy industry. There are cost component. Raw material cost is plastic straws is rupees 0.08 to 0.02, and why biodegradable straws are there are environmental benefits, regulatory compliance and risk reduction, consumer perception and satisfaction, health and safety implication, long-term cost advantage, and strategic brand value. In strategic brand value, there is a 7 out of 10, and long-term cost advantage is 6 out of 10, health and safety is 7 out of 10, and consumer perception is 8 out of 10, and regulatory compliance is 8 out of 10, and environmental benefits is 9 out of 10. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So would Chair like to ask some question?
Yes, the presentation went quite fast actually, so it's a little bit hard to catch. However, I think it's the contents are good. It goes through with a proper research methods. Now, in your last slide, if you could just go back to that last slide just before thank you. Would you
Yes,
show that again, please?
Can you
sir.
please go back to your second last slide?
Okay, sir.
Just before this.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now there's a long-term cost advantage is the least of the perception. So does that mean that in long term the straw packaging is less viable because it is costly?
Um, thank. Next slide.
Yeah, I've already asked the question. Looking at your graph here, the long-term cost advantage is the least, right? Of all the other perception.
Yes.
So does that mean that in the long term, in terms of cost, the straw is not a good packaging material? It's not sustainable in terms of cost.
Sir, that slide is in next slide. What you are asking me is in next slide, sir.
Yeah, can you explain that, please?
It's the initial cost. As you can see, sir, its initial cost is higher, rupees 0.75 and rupees 1.40, and versus rupees 0.20 to 0.30 for plastic. And its cost expected to decline with economics of scale and tech adoption. potential for potential for government subsidies and green tax incentives.
It's actually on the long term, it is better compared to even in the short term, because of course it's less, right? So maybe you want to look at that results, whether it is reflective of what you say here. Okay,
Yes.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Sheikh, you used a lot of analytical tools. First question, you have run CFA. So which platform did you use to run the CFA model?
Amos, sir.
Amos, right?
Amos.
And what is the probabilistic value have you decided initial level?
0.05.
0.05. Alpha 5%. No, I'm not asking about type 1 factor. I'm asking about the probabilistic values that you've received. What could be the possible reason of that particular p values that you have used against 0.05 alpha?
Common method bias we have used before CFA.
Secondly, you've used R square also to consider the goodness of fit. So what could be the possible value range of that R square that you have used? 75%, 65%, 50, 80?
Regression analysis would be 0.7 to 1.
0.7 to 1. Any rationale behind that?
Regression,
Or any logistics, literature review behind that?
any,
Fair enough, no problem. Thank you. Done from my side.
Sir, regression analysis would be no, sir, for SAM model validation.
Okay, ठीक है. We can proceed to the next one.
So yeah, it can be a bit loud. So our next presenter is Tejasvi, and on the subsequent, Madhvi, Mahesh, please be ready for your next one. आवाज आ रही है? एक स्थानीय आवाज है. हाँ. इसमें
हेलो.
पॉइंटर दे दिया इनको. पॉइंटर चेक.
नहीं. There is a lot to change, sir. अच्छा. इधर देख के चेंज करना है. Okay.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just to remind, three minutes, two wheels. After the 5 minutes, you need to conclude. Start, please.
Good afternoon, respected chair, co-chairs, distinguished faculty experts, and my fellow participants. Thank you for the opportunity to present our research today. Our research paper topic name is Human-Centric Sustainability, Understanding Green Consumer Segments Through Cluster Analysis and its Impact on Supply Chain Planning. So let me not start with a statistic, but with a consumer. One of our survey respondents told us that sustainability today is a marketing technique, more like a marketing trick. These are everyday consumers, and they don't just see sustainability as maybe recycling or packaging or labeling. They see sustainability about durability, ethics, and sourcing. But let me take you through a paradox. If many of the consumers say they care about sustainability, why do only a fraction of them actually buy green products? This is where we come in. The problem is not awareness. The problem is not intention. The problem is how sustainability is delivered and designed. Firms still believe that green consumers are a homogeneous segments and all of them form a single group. That's not the case. And when these diverse consumer segments are ignored, it creates misalignment in cost, inefficient supply chains, and low trust. So sustainability studies or marketing studies focus on consumer attitudes, while operational studies focuses on cost, efficiency, and compliance independently. There is a lack of data-driven segmentation and poor alignment between the both of them. That proves us that there is very few that integrate both. That is where our research comes in. So let me quickly take you through our research objectives. First one is to identify green consumer segments through cluster analysis. Second one is to examine heterogeneity in sustainability preferences. Third one is to analyze implications for supply chain planning. And the fourth one is to propose a human-centric sustainability framework. Literature review says us that green consumer behavior, it shows a clear attitude behavior gap in these green consumers. For green marketing, we also found out that if you ignore the consumer heterogeneity, your sustainability strategies will prove to be a fail. For analytics, we identified using a book named Harrit al. that cluster analysis proves to be the best option as it does not assume any predefined segments, rather creates natural grouping between consumer behavior. Let me take you through our methodology. Our research design is quantitative and exploratory. We have created a structured questionnaire following Likert scale from 1 to 5. And our sampling, we have taken 40 respondents with non-probability convenience sampling. And variables include environmental concern, willingness to pay, willingness to wait, trust in claims, and supply chain expectations variables included. A quick take through the stages. We have, according to our research objectives, we have taken exploratory because we are not finding whether our different definitions of segments exist. Rather, we are creating predefined segments. That is why we have chosen exploratory. For our we have taken metric because we are following Likert scale. Then we are going on with combination algorithm followed by a hierarchical Watts method and a non-hierarchical optimization using k-means. Then we had it said that you don't follow a single criterion rather than decision triangulation, dendrogram, cluster membership, and conceptual consideration. And we have validated by naming, validation, and profiling. Our reliability trust was 0.79, which proves us it to be a good and acceptable data.
So when we come to our findings, we conducted a pilot segmentation, receiving 40 responses. So when it comes to environmental concern among respondents, we can clearly see that there is a huge proportion of respondents that strongly agree to environmental concerns, while a small proportion remain neutral. This shows that there is environmental awareness among respondents, but this does not imply behavioral heterogeneity. Another is willingness to pay more. As we can see, people are ready to pay more and they agree and strongly agree, but a huge proportion remain neutral. They haven't yet decided if they are willing to pay more or not, depending on convenience, prices, and logistics. When it comes to willingness to wait longer for delivery, people have strongly disagreed to wait more. So when we started, we could see people are, a huge proportion are still concerned about environment. there is mixed responses for people who want to pay a premium or not. But then they still go ahead and disagree when it comes to longer time for deliveries. So this shows us that we need to segment our consumers according to where our investments will be more fruitful for us. So when it comes to our dissatisfaction with frequent stockouts, people agree that they are dissatisfied when products go out of stock. So our expected findings tell us that we have come across 4 clusters: a highly committed green segment, situational segment, pragmatic greens, and skeptics. This tells us that highly committed greens are ready to wait for longer deliveries, they are ready to pay more. That's why investments are needed in ethical sourcing. When it comes to pragmatic greens are more about convenience based. Situationals only demand when it comes to situationals only are affected when convenience and prices are a factor, and skeptics are the ones that need the least investment because their loyalty does not change even through additional investments. So that's why they require regulatory compliance based investments. And quickly going through the conclusions and discussions, so this is why we conclude that sustainability shouldn't be treated as a homogeneous segment. There is a heterogeneous segment that's needed because through distinct segments, we can tell firms how much they need to invest and where to invest. Different segments justify different levels of the sustainability investment, and this should be treated as a demand-aligned strategy. This pilot study serves as an input for future research when it comes to digital twin models, simulations for real-world supply chains, and scenario-based risk modeling. Along with studying larger samples, we can do longitudinal extensions as well.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Good. So I would request Chair to go for the query, if any.
Okay, again, excellent presentation in terms of research methodology. I will not make a comment on it, but I will just comment on the content. And your results is actually aligned with the basic sustainability theory, because the component of sustainability is environment, cost, and people, social. So in terms of environment, you have shown that people are concerned, so that's good. But in terms of cost, if it is too costly, then people will not want to adapt that. And also socially, whether it is acceptable or not socially to use the green products. Now, the question that I have for you is that you say that you have to wait longer for green products. How is that so? Why do you have to wait longer for green products?
So when I talked about ethical sourcing, so it needs a lot of suppliers. Green suppliers are expensive. There needs to be fair labor laws. There needs to be child trafficking. Child trafficking is looked after. Product quality is looked after. It takes a lot of time. That's why another concept comes in nearshoring that companies are implying in today. But this increases cost. That's why we will only cater to segments who are willing to pay a premium.
Highly committed green segment.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Tejaswini, take a deep breath first.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
It was a kind of a roller coaster ride. It's a really beautiful PPT that you have made. Going through sustainability, that you have concluded that customer is not heterogeneous. Any specific example that you can come up?
So, like we mentioned, different 4 types of segments that we expect our findings to be. I'll take you to through 2 of them. There is one highly committed greens. Now, suppose I am one highly committed green customer. I will value sustainability not by just checking my convenience or affordability. I will be willing to pay more for sustainable options, sustainable products. I will wait longer for them to be ethically sourced. But Shreya would be a skeptic. For her, she doesn't trust on sustainability claims, even if we produce them certifications of sustainable, follow all the regulatory compliances. She wouldn't really matter that. For her, affordability, convenience, and reality and practicality matters the most. So companies should check, like we said in Future Scope, companies should target their consumers based on what segment they come in. So it would justify investments in sustainability for them.
Very good.
One more question from my side also. You used Wards method, which is okay. Going ahead with the bifurcation you were going, it was perfect. Why not normality test?
Normality test, sir, that comes under assumptions. For cluster analysis, we would only use multicollinearity by checking if the VIF is 5 or 10.
Why specifically 5 or 10?
Because that, according to Harriet Black, that is the value we will
So the
be-
reference book that you've taken.
Yes.
One data you were showing, Cronbach alpha,
Yes.
which was falling under one of the most ideal scenario, 0.79,
Yes.
approximately 0.8.
0.796.
What is the possible reason? Because such an ideal data set for such an ideal alpha is tough to achieve.
Right. So our respondent size is really small. 40 is our respondent survey. So with the increase of survey respondents, the Cronbach alpha reality test would come down. But since we have a smaller sample and for pilot segmentation, we believe that this is an ideal.
So my suggestion will be in that case, please increase the sample size, respondent side, maybe 50 or 60. Could take your alpha to somewhere around 0.75, which is acceptable. 0.8 and beyond is an ideal scenario.
Right, sir.
By the way, like other commentators, my take is also the presentation and slides are really beautiful. Good.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Now next, Madhvi ma'am, please come over the stage, and subsequently Aditi Kashyap, please be ready after that. Yeah. Okay, both are presenting. Madhvi ma'am and Suchitra ma'am, please come over the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mrs. Madhavi Mahesh Thatte, a geography teacher for Advocate Bapusaheb Bonde High School.
I am Suchitra Hebbar. I am teaching science in Bapusaheb Bonde High School. Today we are presenting a topic called green economy.
The earth we have not inherited from our ancestors, we have borrowed it from our children. And so it's the green economy. What is a green economy? First, when we learn about the green economy or about the green economy, we say that when we reduce our footprints, we have a very least number of our carbon footprints. It's the green economy.
That means, in common terms, what we are telling is achieving the progress that is economically we are becoming independent by considering the nature.
Our vision for 2047 is India aims to become developed and resilient by 2047 through a growth model that's both environmentally sustainable and economically expansive. So along with the development, we need to take care of our planet and make it more greener. What is the green economy? Along with human well-being, environmental protection, clean innovation, and resource efficiency.
That means we improve our quality of life and promote social equality across the communities and reduces the environmental risk and ecological damage, encourages the investment in renewable energy and eco-friendly technologies, promotes sustainable use of natural resources.
As the natural resources are limited. We have reviewed the literature. Our methodology is the secondary method that we have reviewed various papers, and then from it we have extracted our content.
We get information from newspapers, articles, and so many things, online reliable materials. We are getting all these informations.
The foundational readiness.
Sectoral transformation and systematic integration. By adopting these three strategies, we can achieve the progress in green economy.
The phased green economy transition.
Next.
India's green economy progress, the
Yes.
achievements.
Yes. As far as India is concerned, we are having so many rules, regulations, these, that, everything we are policies and all. But the thing is, we fail to implement. Means we are not reaching the common people. See, there are ministers are there, our government is there. They are making policies, but is it reaching to the common people? When I am changing, then only my country will progress. What do you say?
Like expanding the solar and wind energy capacity. But using these energies by the common people is very difficult as these are not that affordable. Electric vehicle policies are introduced, so more and more EVs are manufactured. Strong policy support for the green growth. And there are some challenges. Those are the high air pollution in major cities, like for example in Delhi. Stressed waste management system. As we are a large economy, our population is huge. There is a stress for the waste management systems. Continued biodiversity loss, ongoing fossil fuel investments.
Yes, in spite of all these things, we are having problem in air quality, biodiversity loss, climatic change, and the biggest question is how to do the waste management. That is the biggest question. We are unable to solve these questions.
One more big challenge is about the workforce. 40% of the people are working in the fossil fuels. They are the fossil fuel workers, like in the coal industries. And we need to reskill these. If these people, if we try to turn everything into a green economy, these people will be left out of their employments. So there's a need to generate new employments. And at the same time, the place where these people are working, from there, these have to be rehabilitated to another place where they'll get a green job. The key recommendations are sustainable materials.
Yes, what kind of materials I can use instead of plastics and thermocoals? We can use grains husk, the outer covering of coconut shells and coconut coverings. All these things we can use, bamboos we can use. So all these things comes under sustainable materials. And reusing of plastics. Then comes subsidized green energy, means who are government is providing subsidies, who are adopting the solar panels and all. Then comes innovation investment.
We need to encourage investments in innovative green ventures.
Last
and
1 minute.
technologies.
Yes. At last, we come to a conclusion that government is making so many policies, they are encouraging so many things. In spite of that, we are unable to get what the government, what we are actually achieve. So, green economy. Green means nature, economy means money. I want to get money without harming the environment. So, here, not a government, not a policy. It is individual effort. What I feel. If I change, definitely my country will change. If my country changes, definitely we will get a progress in the universe. Thank you.
And India is already positioned at the 99th out of 167 countries. So we can have a better position for India. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I request Chair to have a query, if any.
Yes, I have more of a comment than query. You see, if you go back to the element of sustainability, like I mentioned before, it consists of environment, economy, and social. That's the people. I think if you look at the vision that you shared with us earlier, if that's India's vision, I think the people element is missing.
Yes.
Therefore, one of the ways to overcome the challenge is to, I think, educate the people so that they have a greater acceptance to all this change in towards the green economy.
Yes.
Because if you don't tackle the people, then I think it's not going to succeed as what you intend to. Maybe you want to comment on what I said.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think.
Yeah. For this, for creating an awareness among the people to work towards a green economy, like first of all, we can stop using the plastics from our own side. Like there should not be any, we don't need to wait for the government to ban the plastics. And on our own, if we start reusing the plastics or not to use the plastic and use the
Alternative
other
source.
material.
We can go for alternative.
Alternate uses.
Cloth bags we can use.
Like already some of the industries, they have started making bags or leathers, cruelty-free leathers,
Plant.
using the banana leaves
Yes.
or banana waste.
Paper bags.
Paper bags are there.
And husk of greens. That is, instead of thermocol plates, they are using a green husk that is outer covering. That is usually we consider it as a waste product. In Delhi, they are burning the crop residues that they are using for making reusable glasses and
reusable. Even they are using it, turning it into reusable wood.
Yes. That and all eco-friendly.
Okay, good. So the conclusion, I think we need to educate the people more
Yes, sir.
to accept all
Yes,
these
yes, sir.
alternatives.
My role
I
is
think
more
that
than
you-
the
Most
government
important.
and others' role. Thank you.
That's
Thank
all
you.
I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity.
Yep, please be ready. And after that, Smita ma'am, please be ready. Okay. Aditya, please present your slide. Aditya, are you there? Okay, he is there.
Yes. Just a second. So, a very good morning to one and all present here. I am Ayushi Divedi.
I, Pulkit Saraswat,
Will be presenting our review paper titled Evolution of Global Environmental and Climate Governance from Early Treaties to the Paris Agreement. This paper examines how global environmental governance has evolved from early fragmented treaties into a complex multi-level system designed to address climate change and guide the global energy transition. Our core argument is that climate change is not just an environmental or regulatory issue. It is a long-term transformation challenge that requires restructuring energy systems, institutions, and development pathways. Coming to introduction, why climate governance is important. So climate change is fundamentally different from earlier environmental problems. Earlier issues like wildlife conservation or river pollution were localized and sector-specific. Climate change, in contrast, is global, long-term, and deeply linked to economic growth and fossil fuel-based development. It affects energy system, industries, agriculture, and social stability. So, overall, no single country can solve it alone. But in the earliest phase, environmental governance was reactive and fragmented. Early international efforts focused on managing shared natural resources and preventing visible environmental damage. Examples are like the Congress of Vienna, which was for river management, and the early 20th century wildlife conservation treaties of Africa and all. After World War II, industries expanded, pollution was visible, and there was a risk of nuclear risk. So the resources depletion was also more visible. This led to the creation of institutions like United Nations and the International Union for Conservation of Nature. A major breakthrough came in 1972 with the Stockholm Conference, which placed environmental protection on the global political agenda and led to the creation of UNEP, United Nations Environmental Programme. This was the period where people focused on environment and sustainability as a global issue, not as a localized issue. So our objectives and methodology. Our research objective was to trace how historically we have evolved. Then we evaluated the limitations of each and every treaty or each and every time period, from Rio to Kyoto Protocol and all. Then we analyzed the Paris Agreement as strategic reorientation towards multi-level governments. So our literature review from conservation to Kyoto. As I already told, in early phases, people were seeing environment as a localized step, but there came a breakthrough in the Stockholm Convention, where they put environment as a global issue. Then we slowly moved to one of the biggest success, which was our Montreal Protocol in 1987, which addressed ozone depletion. It worked because it had binding commitments. Previously, we had treaties, but they did not had any binding limitations or their goals, which was the major drawback of those conventions and all. Then it worked because it had binding commitments, financial support for developing countries, and strong international cooperation. In the same year, Brundtland Report introduced the concept of sustainable development. Brundtland Report was the first report which stated that sustainability, the definition of sustainability is to meet our present needs without compromising our future generations. Then these development laid the groundwork for the formal climate governments. Then came the Kyoto era, or before which we had our Rio era, like the 1992 Rio Earth Summit, which marked the formal beginning of climate governance. It created the UNFCCC, which is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and integrated environmental protection with development. However, UNFCCC avoided binding emission targets, which led to the Kyoto Protocol, which legally binded targets for developed countries and market mechanism like carbon trading and all. While Kyoto was a legal milestone, still it has serious weaknesses. It failed because of the following reasons. The first one was that United States did not ratify it. Second was the major developing emitters like India and China had no binding targets. Then enforcement mechanism was also weak, and global emissions, because of which global emissions continued to rise. Then we have our Paris Agreement. So our Paris Agreement in 2015 marked a decisive shift in governance logic. Instead of enforcing uniform emission targets, the Paris Agreement set a shared long-term goal of limiting global warming to well
Please-
below 2
please-
degrees Celsius.
Please conclude into 1 minute.
Okay. So the Paris Agreement major factor it became successful was because of the it was flexible. Each country could have their own rules and regulation. National government, it was sustainable. Global initiatives were there, and reinforcement was also there. Then coming to results and discussions, as we are moving to climate change paradigm, we are forgetting about energy security paradigm. Climate governments is now inseparable from energy governments. The current strong on green promotion, but weak on the brown phase out. Then coming to the conclusion is that once a linear rigid state-centric model converted into flexible and multi-level system, which had different levels of governments, the global level, then the country, national level, then the state and cities level, and lastly, to the, we had financials, like bankers and all. These are the future scopes and priorities. That's it. Thank you.
So over to you.
Okay, the topic that you're talking about is a real issue that is, and I want to focus on the global warming. And you say from the Paris Agreement that they want to reduce it to less than 2 degrees. So from what you have found, have they been successful at that? Or do we still continue to increase the global temperature?
We still continue to increase the global emissions. Their target was initially to decrease it by 2 degrees, but now they have shifted to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And major gaps which we found were because of the political level, like the government was not enforcing it very much strictly. The second was because financially we didn't had so much money to invest in it. Then we also had gap because of awareness. And instead of cutting out like industries to set their limit, we were focusing on awareness more of this.
Okay, so I think it's still we have a long way to go in terms of achieving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayushi.
So next, Smita Samir Ingle. Ma'am. Okay, she's online. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon. Shall I start my presentation?
Presentators, you are requested to finish in 5 minutes. After
Yeah.
3 minutes, I'll ring double tap. And after 5
Okay.
minutes, I'll just say, please conclude in 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. After that, Yash, please be ready.
Good afternoon. Myself, Mrs. Smita Samir Ingle. I am the science teacher for secondary section in Advocate Bapusaheb Bonde High School, Lonavala. So I'm going to speak about the under the track number 5, that is sustainability development. Shall I share my meeting slide?
Please share your screen.
Yeah. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, it's visible. Please proceed.
Yeah. Under track number 5, sustainability development, my topic is eco-friendly transportation. So under this topic, if you have seen that India is the most populated country in the world, with about 1.5 billion of population. With the fast developing urbanization and increase in the income levels, the mobility of humans and freight is also increasing, and it has become difficult and adequate. But with the poor facilities of public transportation, people are more and more dependent on private vehicles. And so my topic is about environmentally friendly transportation, that is eco-friendly transportation. So there is an urgent need to encourage the people to adopt a sustainable transportation system. So first I will say about what is meant by eco-friendly transportation. Eco-friendly transportation refers to sustainable travel methods that reduce environmental impact, such as electric vehicles, biking, walking, and public transit using clean and energy sources. Now, sir, I am living in the city, which is a very beautiful place in Maharashtra, that is Lonavala. Lonavala is very well attracted by all the peoples during the rainy season especially, and always during the weekends throughout the year. So as Lonavala is very close to between Pune and Mumbai, so many people always find it as a weekend stop for relieving their stress. But during the weekends, we always find the traffic congestions on the highways as well as the expressways, which is there between the Pune and Mumbai. So these highways always remain choked up from Friday night to Saturday, and we always find the traffic jams, which form the continuous lines of the vehicles in the Khandala tunnel as well as on the expressways. So my research problem is how this Lonavala can, a popular hill station, develop a sustainable low carbon transport system to manage tourism related congestion and pollution while preserving its natural environment and improving visitor or local experience. Because Lonavala, though it is a very easy way to come over there, but always the traffic is a big problem it has become. And so this is a very big research problem for all of us who are the residents of Lonavala as well as for the tourists who are coming to Lonavala. Now for this, there may be a sustainable transportation. That may be one kind of solution, that either choose green vehicles, the EV vehicles, electric rickshaws, or say cars, scooters, or use of public transport. Now there is total lack of public transport in Lonavala. So people have to depend either go by walking or by cycle or by their own vehicles. But they can go for ride sharing of the vehicles, as well as they can go they can use the cycle, that if we are having some cycle stands in between the areas of Lonavala, then those cycles can be used for moving from one place to another. Then, so this So to develop the sustainable low carbon transport system in Lonavala, it needs a prolonged approach focusing on enhancing public transport, that is electric buses, electric auto rickshaws, promoting non-motorized transport, that is walking, cycling paths, regulating private vehicles, that is especially parking management and the congestion and the charges. Interesting with integrating it with Pune's metro and leveraging smart technology, all while managing tourist numbers and prioritizing eco-friendly infrastructure like electric charging. That if we have the electric charging points in between as well as the cycle stands, then people
Please
can use.
conclude. Ma'am, please conclude.
Yeah. So to avoid the traffic congestions or to keep the beauty of the Lonavala, to maintain the beauty of Lonavala, we have to reduce the transport at the first place. Then we have to shift to the sustainable modes of transport, and we can improve it by using electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am so much attracted by the view of the place. I feel like going there, and but of course the picture of the jam and cars and vehicles, that is a distraction. In
Yeah.
any case, is a problem everywhere.
Yeah.
I just want to share that if for public transport, for people to use public transport, they must be very efficient.
Yeah.
Efficient in terms of time, efficient in terms of cost. So if you
Yes, sir.
are, working on that, you need to look at that as well. And for them to use bicycle and things like that, then the land must also be not so hilly, and things like that. So the question that I want to ask, do you think that this thing can materialize, the one that you put improve there, that can materialize in the next few years, or is still going to be a dream?
No, within a few years, we have to normalize these things, because this is increasing the traffic congestions, and it has become a weekend problem every week for the Lonavala residents. And so if we can control the number of vehicles which are entering into the Lonavala by making the parking stands outside the Lonavala, that is whichever are the entry points to the Lonavala, that is towards the Mumbai as well as towards Pune, then we can park their private vehicles over there, and the tourists can move into the Lonavala by the help of electric vehicles or the public transport, if we can keep it.
Excellent plan. I hope it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we go for the next presentation?
Yeah. So for the next presentation, Yash, please come over the stage. And after that, Mrs. Nalini, please be ready for your presentation. Okay. So Mrs. Nalini, please come over the stage. Just we'll move you further. Okay, a bit.
Please start.
Good evening, afternoon, everyone. I S. Dudrejia from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. Today, my topic is solar energy, a sustainable solution for the climate change. So, the mitigation of the climate change through switching to the renewable energy is a cause for the hour. Uh, Solar energy is particular is having a huge potential in India for its generation due to the availability of the diverse geographical features in India. As India can provide from the barren lands to the different to the fresh waters also for the generation of different kinds of renewable energy. So the development of the solar energy will help to safeguard the air quality mitigation of climate change and conservation of non-renewable resources of energy to ensure sustainable development. So the objectives are like why should we use solar energy, greenhouse effect, solar energy, working and manufacturing of solar panels, solar project and conclusion. So why should we use solar energy? Solar energy we should use because it is the energy which can be used in various places, not only on Earth but on the space also. It is the energy which is present most of the part of the universe. The greenhouse effect. Now, in greenhouse effect, the greenhouse gases are responsible for the warming up of our atmosphere due to the absorption of various radiations from the Earth. The different greenhouse gases are CO2, CH4, and 2O, O3. Now, the reason why O3 is present here is because the increase in the pollutants in the atmosphere is resultant to the accumulation of ozone at the troposphere, which should be at the stratosphere, which is creating to warm up our environment more than it should be. Next. Now, solar energy. Solar energy is the radiation from the earth which can be converted in different types of forms, and it is the most easily available on every part of the earth. Now, different uses of the solar energy is solar thermal energy and heating, solar electricity, which we all knew through the solar panels, solar architecture. The solar architecture means to create an infrastructure such that the light comes in the infrastructure such a way of a required timing, so it can keep the warmness in the uh, uh, infrastructure. And molten salt power plant, it is also somewhat a application of solar thermal energy only, but in this we do not heat fluids. We use molten salt to uh, uh, to store the energy, heat energy. Now, the different types of solar panel are monocrystalline, which has a single crystalline structure, polycrystalline, multicrystalline structure, thin film. It is a thin film with a little bit less efficiency, but having less space. Transparent solar panels, which are made of transparent luminescent solar collectors and conductor photovoltaics, passivative emitters, and rare contact solar cells, perovskite, solar tile, and solar thermal. Now, the working of the solar panel, the photovoltaic cells convert sunlight into DC electricity. Charge controllers work as control to the power from the panel, which receive back to the solar panel, get cause of panel change, and that's how we can convert it. The manufacturing of the solar panel is like material preparation, like the creation of silicon from the raw material, the glass and the polymer we created, the silicon wafer production, like slicing of the silicon wafers from the silicon ignites, and cell fabrications of silicon wafers, and then assembly and quality control. Then I have case studied on the land from where I come, Kutch. So I have case studied about the solar project Khavda, which is the world's largest renewable energy plant, of which create 30 gigawatts of energy. So the leading companies there are Adani and KPI Energy, uh, and its surface area is like 5 times more than the uh, Paris. But there was some article on KPI's page that it uses 550 to 6.
Please conclude in 1 minute.
So it uses 550 to 600 robots for cleaning its panels. But in same comparison, we see that Adani requires 2,000 to 3,000 workers for the cleaning of the solar panels. So the main problem is the maintenance of the solar panels, which is due to the accumulation of the heat, accumulation of the dust, which is creating the decrease in efficiency around 30%. Now the problem in robotic cleaning is that they also need battery swapping, and there are also the wear and tear in the brushes and that, and they also require skilled labor for that. And also for cleaning of the solar panel, we required more number of skilled labor. So that is the issue. Okay, so the conclusion is that solar energy is easy. Can be used is a sustainable solution, but as we all know that every solution or a technology is not perfect, and I also think that it should never be perfect because it doesn't leaves a room for innovation and development. Thank you.
Professor Khairat, your comments, please.
Okay, very interesting topic. I have a question. The question is, what is the main challenge of using solar energy in a big mess? But before that, if you could explain to me, solar energy using molten salt power plant. I'm not very familiar with that. Can you just elaborate on that,
Sir,
please?
the solar energy in molten power plant is like the same we use in solar water heating, but in place of heating the fluids, we heat up the molten salt and store the energy in it, and then can be released in different industrial areas, so we can use it multiple times.
All right, thank you.
And
And the
the
other
sir,
one?
the main challenge for the solar energy usage in electricity area is that its maintenance, because mostly solar farms are situated in the barren lands, and which causes some large accumulation of dust. And in my case, where it is near to the ocean, it also brings too much of humidity, which is hard to clean and difficult to clean by robots because the humidity makes dust so sticky on it. And but in case of rovers on Mars and moons, they can use tilting of solar panels and vibrating to dust of it. So in space it is easy to maintain it, but on the Earth, multiple climatic factors get in our way.
Okay, thank you.
We can proceed to the next one. Thank you so much.
So we will hold for the next presentation. We have to felicitate someone and
Yeah, just we'll take a small break from this. I would like to felicitate our sponsor, Bakriwal Tutorials, and we have a representative. Kindly just be there on the stage. I request Zafar and I request Dr. Shailendra to felicitate our sponsor, I mean event partner. So please be there. Bakriwal Tutorials. Thank you. Akanksha, please place the belongings on the stage. Dr. Shailendra and Dr. Zafar, please felicitate our event partner. Thank you very much for your kind support. They were our beverage partners and certificate partners, and they have provided their support to us for this event. Thank you. Over to Rahul.
so yeah, our next presenter is Mrs. Smita. And sorry, Mrs. Nalini. And after that, Anuj, please be ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mrs. Nalini Sumit. I'm a teacher at ABBHS High School, Lonavala. My co-partner, she couldn't be present today, so I'll be presenting it alone. So my topic is food security and sustainable nutrition integrated perspective with Indian culinary practices. So it's not okay. Yes, may I continue, please? Okay, as we have a time limit, so I'll directly go to the objectives. It's still not working, so can you please change the slides from there? So the objectives are to analyze the concept and dimensions of food security, to examine the principles of sustainable nutrition, to evaluate relevance and traditional Indian cuisine in promoting the sustainable diets, to compare Indian culinary practices with the Western practices as a model of sustainable nutrition, and very important, to explore the role of biotechnology in the strengthening food security. Next slide, please. So the concept is about a zero hunger goal given by United Nations in 2015 under the 17 sustainable goals what they had given. The second one was zero hunger by 2030. But if you see the statistics, still so many people are malnourished, undernourished, 673 million. So looking at current situation, it seems a difficult task. By 2030, we go hungerless. So are there any options for that? Yes. So let's see what we can do about it or what we can think about it. So this paper mainly examines the contribution of biotechnology to sustainable nutrition and its relevance in ensuring the global food and nutrition security. Also, this paper analyzes food security challenges, sustainable nutrition principles, and the potential of Indian cuisine and biotechnology in addressing these issues. Next slide, please. So the very first thing is when we talk about biotechnology or developing technology in many fields, but we'll be discussing about food sector and agriculture. So first is the biofortification, examples like vitamin A rich rice, golden rice, or the zinc fortified wheat, which can give us the micronutrients which are fortified with the daily routine diet, staple diet. Biotechnology for sustainable agriculture, in that mainly climate resilient, drought resistance, salinity, pest, and disease resistant hybrid seeds are used. Then reduce chemical inputs. We all want to go chemical less and organic. So using the biotechnology in the biofertilizers and biopesticides. Then the alternative protein sources like microbial and algae proteins like spirulina, fermented plant-based foods, and enhanced plant protein quality can help us. Also, the role of biotechnology in food processing and preservation. Just growing and cultivation food is not the option. We also need to protect our food and we need to preserve it. So preservation techniques like fermentation technology or probiotic development technologies can be used. Soil health and environmental sustainability. Quality of soil also matters in the food growth. So improving the soil fertility, enhancing the nutrient cycling, reducing dependence of synthetic chemicals. Also the traditional methods like alternate crop rotation method can be used. Next slide, please. So if you have to talk about the relevance to Indian sustainable nutrition compared with the Western food, the parameters are nutritional profile. If we talk about Indian diet is mainly plant-based, millets, pulses, vegetables, seasonal fruits are included, whereas Western food is highly refined grain sugars and saturated fats. Micronutrient content, if we talk about Indian diet, is a good source of dietary fiber, iron, calcium, antioxidants, whereas often the micronutrients are deficient in the Western diet. Cost and affordability, generally low cost diet, Indian diets, as they use the seasonal and the local ingredients, it is generally low cost, whereas comparatively Western diet is bit expensive as a lot of meat and other dairy products are used. Health benefits, again the Indian diet has a lower risk of obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, improved gut health, whereas higher prevalence of lifestyle diseases can be seen with the Western diet. Again, food processing level, minimal food processing levels are used in Indian diet compared to the Western. Environmental impact, as the low carbon emission is there,
So therefore, Indian food diet is very good for the ecosystem improvement, whereas high carbon footprints are seen with the packaging and long supply chains in the Western diet. Sustainable nutrition strongly aligned with the sustainable nutrition if we talk about the Indian culinary skills, whereas poor alignment and the recessive intensive resources and environmental sustainability can be seen with the Western. And cultural acceptance, deep cultural roots and ancient methods are used in the Indian diet compared with the Western. Again, I'm not here to hurt anyone's feelings, but just a comparative study. Next slide, please. So the recommendation, how can we go about this? To make people aware about sustainable nutrition, its importance, its impact on the health, and to make use of biotechnology with the traditional farming methods. So ultimately, I would like to conclude that food security and sustainable nutrition are interconnected goals essential for human well-being and environmental sustainability. So traditional Indian cuisine, particularly if we talk about, let's take example of South Indian diet like idli, dosas, or the Maharashtrian diet. They align with the sustainable nutrition principles. When complemented with responsible biotechnology and supportive policies, these food systems can significantly contribute to achieving zero hunger, what goal we are expecting for 2030. So holistic approach, integrating tradition, science, and sustainability is crucial for building the resilient food system for the future. So at last, I would conclude with a universal prayer that we all should grow together, prosper together, and nourish together. Om Sahanavavatu, Sahanau Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karvavahai, Tejasvinam Vaditamastu, Ma Vidvishavahi. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think if from your presentation, I can conclude that India is very much ahead compared to the Western food. So if you can tell me what is really the problem there, and then can you just explain really what is the meaning of nutritional sustainability? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, sir. So the main problem is, as you rightly said, Indian culinary, as I was comparing, that it is really sustainable. Nutritionally sustainable means it also it gives you all the components, micro and macronutrients needed for the health. Also, it has a very less bad impact on the ecosystem. It conserves the ecosystem. So that comes under sustainable nutrition. And the challenge over here is there has been a lot of transition in the lifestyle of even in the Indian people. We are turning more towards the Western culture. So to get those people back again to the previous our ancient culture is a big challenge over here to change the lifestyle. Thank you for the question, sir.
Okay, understand. Keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we go to the next one? And also, presentators, I request you all to please respect the timing of 5 minutes. We've been given 5 minutes timing to allocate to each presenter. Even after that, we are allocating 1 minute to conclude. Please don't cross that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, sir. So, Anuj, please come over the stage. Anuj. Okay, Anuj is online. Okay, okay. Anuj,
Yeah.
please share a PPT. And after that,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Akshay Vyas, please be ready.
Yeah, is my presentation seen? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
You can start.
Yeah. Hi, myself, Anuj Gambhir, a student of Symbiosis Professional University. I'm pursuing BTech in Defense Technology. So my previous topic is sustainable practices in defense. So there are multiple things which in defense carrying some effectiveness. Sustainable practices in defense is one of them. So balancing national security.
Anuj, sorry to interrupt you. There is a lot of buzz in your voice. Probably your Bluetooth is not properly capturing your voice.
Okay, okay. We'll just switch my Bluetooth.
Yeah. Is it okay, sir?
Better. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sustainable practices in defense. So, balancing national security with environmental responsibility in the 21st century. So, So there are critical challenges facing in modern defense, as now defense has changed their perspective at viewing private sector industries. They are allowing private sectors and industries to start their own productions, and they are just supplying the information in the circle. So there are 2 points in which national security imperatives, environmental accountability. In national security, defense industries must maintain military readiness and technological security while meeting increasingly strengthened environmental standards. The challenge is to keep our security in our own hands. So not there should be not a leak of information. So environmental accountability is like traditional manufacturing process, certain environmental integrities and public health, which controls the carbon emissions or various type of material use which are harmful in surrounding. Second, the core principles of sustainable defense manufacturing are efficient resource utilization, then cleaner technologies, energy optimization, health protection. In efficient resource utilization, the main point is precision in raw materials. So, like there are various raw materials which are now used as to like keep the product sustainable, their health to be carried in longer durations, which helps defense reduce their maintaining cost and various aspects. Cleaner technologies, adoption of greener manufacturing means using solar panels for energy consumptions, then reducing the carbon emission, which helps like to keep a balance between nature and the production line. Energy optimization, as I said, solar panels. So there are multiple manufacturing companies which like are using solar panels for their production purpose, because most of the manufacturing industries are now working on robotics and various type of robots. Health protection is like safeguarding public health and worker safety, which are like working in the companies. So now renewable energy integration in defense. So energy is most like carried a main point which defense is working on, because there are like various challenges while like to in missiles, in defense vehicles, that energy or the renewable energy are not yet used. That's why now DRDO has decided to like give this opportunity to the private sectors and industries and a new innovative, so that they can just make their own innovations and help defense. So there are 3 main points: renewable sources, emission reduction, cost saving. So renewable sources are like solar energy, wind energy, alternative power manufacturing facilities. Emission reduction, like the carbon which like previous production and companies were emitting, it should be controlled now. Cost saving, I would say this point is a debatable, because defense never sees the cost cutting or cost saving things, but there are some points which they control. But today India as a like strongest defense sector, they don't like give any cost limits to the innovators. So now this is an example of a Tata vehicle which was used 10 years back, a decade back, and now it has developed in the like renewable energy integration. So it was before used in a like fuel efficient, it was consuming a lot of fuel, which was a diesel fuel, and these engines are having like more torque and more power, so they consume most of the fuel. So now they are like using hybrid engines.
Conclude in a
which
minute.
Yeah, sir. So the conclusion of the presentation is sustainable manufacturing reduces carbon reduction, cost efficiency, weight reduction, work safety. So these are some things which help in reducing the things: AI optimization, IoT, predictive analysis, enhance and next generation material revolution. These are some materials which help in sustainable development. So the conclusion is the vision, innovation, policy framework, industry commitment, and strategic investment. These five factors will help in sustainable development in defense. So the path is like the technology drives efficiency and reduce environmental impacts. Innovation enables simultaneously security and sustainability. Commitment to shape the defense landscape of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The topic is very interesting, the sustainability in defense. I thought that is the least that they think about in defense, that sustainability. But as it turns out, your paper is actually about the manufacturing process of those
Yeah.
defense product. So in terms of application, I don't think they are sustainable in any way, right? Because you apply your defense system, like your missile and things like that, with the least consideration of the environment and of the people and the impact. Unless you have some other opinion on that, on the application of defense itself. But on manufacturing, yes, you can see that it is applicable. That's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, sir.
Thank you for the input, sir. Can we proceed for the next presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
After that, Manisha. Yeah, Manisha ma'am would be presenting now. After that, Dr. Akshay Vyas would be the last. Sir.
Middle. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Please try.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manisha Virke. I am from research scholar from Singhania University. My topic is green computing, promoting sustainable and energy efficient IT. Yes. There is a abstract of my research, that is environmentally responsible computing, energy, carbon, and e-waste focus on that, and a review of practices and gaps between these studies. There is an introduction of my topic is green IT, that is sustainable ICT. That green computing is known as the green IT, that is refers to the design, manufacture, and use and disposable of computing technologies in that environmentally responsible and efficient ways of green IT. That is, it is reduce energy and emissions of that is driven by climatic concern. Yes. There is an objective of my study, that is to analyze the current practice and development in green computing with emphasis on energy efficiency, reduction of carbon emissions and footprints, and sustainable IT lifecycle management. There is a to identify the gap and future research direction in green computing to enhance ecological sustainability and guide policy for technological improvement. Literature review, I studied in that is the green algorithm, energy efficient hardware and cloud, mostly cloud company. Then AI for sustainability development. Yes, next. Research gap is find out within that study, that is the literature review, lack of standardized metrics to compare the sustainability performance across system and applications. That is limited integration of green practices in that is the maintenance of ICT policies and organizational development framework. Insufficient interdisciplinary research combining environmental science with ICT solutions, and underexplored areas such as biodegradable computing materials and AI-driven real-time energy optimization at scales. Scalability and implementation challenges of green computing solutions in low resource of developing context. That is the research gap. There is some methodology of that to follow in my research, that is the secondary data to analyze, systematic literature review, and the sources are there, that is the IEEE, Scopus and Google Scholar. There is key finding of my study, that is the energy efficiency remains the central focus of green computing research, and the spinning hardware optimization, that is the data center cooling, and power management and algorithm efficiency management and improvement. Then the software and system optimization, that is including the workload distribution, significantly reduce the energy demand and improve resource utilization. Green cloud computing and green algorithm are maybe the framework of pathway to measure the sustainability, performance, and reduce emissions. Industry initiative and policies are there to change the climatic computing initiatives and highlight on that the collaboration with that to indicate the programs and the universal green standard follow. Emerging technologies like AI and edge computing may be promised for real-time framework or optimization, but required further exploration. Then a recommendation and conclusion of my study, that is the develop common benchmarking standard for measuring the green computing impacts. Then integrate green computing policies like corporate ICT governance and sustainability goals. Increase interdisciplinary research, that is the environmental science, material engineering and computing. Then expands research is biodegradable electronics and AI-enabled energy optimizations. Then promotes awareness and training programs for IT professional in green practice. That is helpful for the to go for the energy efficient. Next one. And thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay. One interesting point that you may want to touch is on recycling of computer components. So that will also be green, the reverse process. Okay, but my question is, I know maybe you have not done a lot of research on this, but how does AI contribute to green computing?
It is used for recycling, or it is used in data centers to consume energy, and most important, that is to computerize the metrics and measurements of that these AI used in that green computing environment.
Okay, thank you.
Even the power management also and the cooling energy efficient technology is also used in that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Last but not the least, Dr. Akshay Vyas. And after that, Manisha is also there. Okay, Manisha ma'am already done. Yeah. Dr. Akshay Vyas.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Starting. So, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Akshay Vyas, and today I'll be delivering a oral session on small disciplines, big impact, the interdisciplinary science and technology for sustainable development goals. Why SDGs? This is the outline of my presentation. Why SDGs? Interdisciplinarity in sustainable science. Integration of interdisciplinary sciences for SDG outcomes. Interdisciplinary framework for SDG-oriented innovation. Barriers and enablers, and then implications for policy, education, and research, future directions, research opportunities, and conclusions. So, first of all, why SDGs as such? As we all know that there is large gap between the education sector when we are talking about the primary education and the secondary education, the higher education, technical education, the industrial research, the research that is going on, and basically any kind of industrial innovation and implementation of that for the upliftment of the society. So SDGs, as we are all going through these particular sessions, we know that it is important, but that is one of the reasons why the achievement of all these sustainability development goals becomes much more important. Now, when we look at all these problems, we think that interdisciplinarity can actually play a very important role in bridging the gap between these different components, that is education, innovation, and implementation. So what is meant by interdisciplinary? When we are having two or more disciplines, basic disciplines, those can also be a smaller disciplines and actually making an impact such that it itself forms a new kind of a discipline by itself. Like for example, when we are talking about nanotechnology, we are bringing in physics and chemistry together, something like that. Okay. When you're talking about integrating the disciplines for SDG outcomes, the first three important things that we see over here are the BT, NT, and IT, that is biotechnology, nanotechnology, and information technology. These are nothing but the interdisciplinary sciences which really help in bridging the gap between the, as I said, innovation and implementation on the ground level. And it can provide us various SDG outcomes, such as it can help in climate action, health and well-being, and clean energy too. When you're talking about, interdisciplinary sciences in itself basically forms a very stable framework of implementation of whatever research and innovation is being carried out to achieve the sustainable development goals. So it basically forms a steady framework for SDG-oriented innovation. There are different barriers as well as enablers that we need to study, find, predict, and then take care of. The barriers that we are talking about are the institutional silos, the funding structure constraints, and when we are talking about the enablers, there are collaborative platforms, supportive policy frameworks, and even the role of government becomes much more important over here, how we are basically implementing those particular any particular policy that we are taking care of, and how it can actually help us and enable us to achieve the sustainable development goals. So basically, the three important parts of achieving the SDGs are basically the policy that is being formed by the government, the education where the primary and the higher education are complementing each other, research helping in not just innovation, but also in implementation, and also the funding, which also becomes a part of both government as well as certain non-government but profitable organizations as such. I will be concluding actually directly. So achievement of SDGs cannot be realized by isolated implementations as such. What it basically requires is a steady framework of interdisciplinarity, which sets up a steady and flexible framework, governance, ethical practices, and also basically they play a very important role. The academic and non-academic institutions also play a very important role in achieving the SDGs. There are various enablers as well as barriers that we need to identify and work on it to tackle the problems. The shift in research approach and availability of numerous opportunities is one thing that we need to look into. And the solution lies in a combined effort of several smaller disciplines to help achieve the various SDGs. Thank you.
Okay, I think there was one slide which you missed. Maybe that's where
Yes, sir. Actually,
yeah,
this one.
yes, this
Yeah,
one.
future directions it was.
I was gonna say, you have identified the obstacles. I know there was also one line in the next slide that you say a solution to this, but what would be, you think, the real solution to the implementation issue of interdisciplinary science? and
The
sustainability?
real problem that basically persists is that there is a lack of communication, I would say, at the point where the policies are made, first of all, and the point where basically the implementation needs to be done. So the lack of communication, I would say, or in some way, people are only focusing on achieving their own personal goals rather than thinking about the society. Because when you're talking about the sustainable development goals, it is all about uplifting the society as such. So that I
So
think is one of the problems.
So
And
what should be done?
what can be done basically is when more and more, according to me, that's what I'm presenting over here, the interdisciplinary approach, if we are keeping, when we are saying interdisciplinary, along with that, two other words come which I have not tested over here, are the transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches, which basically can help in what you can say, lessening the gap of policymakers and the point where the implementation is done. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much, all the presenters. Now I request the session chairs to give their inputs, if any, considering the limitation of the timing. So now I would like to call Dr. Shraddha Shinde and Professor Iqbal sir to felicitate the session chairs with token of appreciation. Okay. Oh, okay. So any input, sir? Session chair, sir.
Okay, I think overall the presentations were all well done, even in terms of research. Technicality also was very well done. The contents, if really look at it closely, it can be very beneficial in terms of the application. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So moving to track 6, which is business management and entrepreneurship. Now we would like to welcome the session chairs to occupy the positions to evaluate and to let me conclude, open the session chairs for this track. Our session chair for this track is Professor Asia Binti Lokman from Must University, Malaysia. And our co-chair for this track would be Dr. Vineet Joshi and Dr. P. Rakshit, and our faculty expert, Dr. Mukund Madhav Tripathi. So we will start with the presentation, and our first presenter is Ankita Dhirwani. And after that, Anju ma'am, please be ready. After that. Okay. Okay. I request our IT team to please share the felicitation letter of Dr. Khalil. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Now we could proceed with our next presentation. Start.
So should we start?
You can use.
Should we start? Okay, please proceed.
A very good afternoon, distinguished panelists, fellow researchers, and delegates. We are honored to be presenting our paper in front of you all today. In the fast-paced world of Indian e-commerce, a shopping cart is abandoned every single second. And as researchers, we tend to ask the question, why is that the customer left? But very rarely do we ask the question as to if the delivery promise was the reason they never bought it in the first place. Our research tackles this precise question. Does delivery transparency increase customer conversion? And we are specifically focusing on the Indian consumers. I am Shraddha Yadav, and I'm proud to represent my colleagues Ankita Dhirwani, Shreya Batla, Nirviksha Rataria, and we have designed this study under the mentorship of our professor, Dr. Mukund Madhav Tripathi, sir. So let's look at the current landscape of e-commerce. It is no longer just about price or product quality, but also about certainty. Research suggests and industry suggests that 80% of Indian consumers tend to abandon their carts because of unclear delivery timelines. Despite this, most platforms still rely on vague estimates like delivered in 3 to 5 days. Our study posits that this lack of pre-purchase transparency is a primary driver of cart abandonment. We hypothesize that replacing vague estimates with precise windows like arriving tomorrow between 4 and 6 p.m. will act not just as a convenience, but also as a powerful conversion driver. This brings us to the research gap we intend to focus on. Does knowing the when actually make you buy? When we analyzed the existing body of knowledge, we came across a very distinct disconnect. We analyzed papers through 2020 to 2025, and as you can see, these papers are very heavily focused on post-purchase satisfaction. They ask the question, did the delivery make you happy after you received it? But there is very few studies that empirically test the pre-purchase phase. Our study aims to fill this exact voice. First, our independent variable will be delivery transparency, which isn't about just speed. It is about the precision of the information provided before checkout. Next, our dependent variable is the customer conversion, the actual act of purchasing. The mediator being perceived delivery reliability, which we will test if transparency makes the platform feel more trustworthy. The moderator being purchase urgency, if a customer needs a product now, does transparency matter even more? We believe this framework will provide the first data-driven insight into how logistics information psychologically triggers a sale. Now I will be handing it over to my colleague Ankita Dhirwani for further analysis.
Next, let's take a look at the objectives of our research paper. The first objective of our study is to examine the direct impact of delivery transparency, such as accurate delivery timelines, real-time tracking, and order updates on customer conversion. Our second objective is to analyze the mediating role of perceived delivery reliability, based on the idea that transparency builds trust and confidence, which in turn drives purchasing decisions. Next, we will be assessing the moderating effect of purchase urgency to understand whether delivery transparency becomes more important when customers are making time-sensitive purchases. Our fourth objective is to provide data-driven managerial insights, helping e-commerce platforms improve conversion by reducing delivery-related uncertainty. We've also designed a set of 3 hypotheses. The first set tests the direct relationship between delivery transparency and customer conversion, which will help us to understand whether delivery transparency matters at all in influencing this conversion. Our next hypothesis examines how delivery transparency will affect customer conversion when perceived delivery reliability is introduced as a mediator. This will help us understand why delivery transparency works. And lastly, the third set of hypotheses, which will analyze when delivery transparency is most effective by testing purchase urgency as a mediator. Talking about our research design, our study will be following a quantitative research design, and the nature of our study is both descriptive and causal. This will help us to understand customer perceptions, and the causal analysis will examine the cause and effect relationship between delivery transparency and customer conversion. The research will adopt a deductive reasoning approach where hypotheses are developed based on existing theories, and a survey based empirical method will be employed to collect data directly from Indian e commerce customers. And for the data analysis, we will be using softwares like IBM SPSS, Jamovi, and Orange. We've also identified our target population, who are customers that have purchased from e-commerce platforms within the last 6 months. Approximately, our sample size will be 120 to 200 respondents, keeping in mind a 1:10 ratio according to our questionnaire. Lastly, to conclude, the expected outcomes of our case study are as follows. The precise delivery windows are expected to improve customer conversion. However, their effectiveness totally depends on the extent to which they enhance perceived delivery reliability. There may even be cases where transparency may have limited impact on conversion because sometimes delivery timelines may be overly optimistic or may be perceived as uncertain. And lastly, purchase urgency is expected to act as a key boundary condition, where precise delivery information becomes significantly more influential for time-sensitive purchases compared to low urgency scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. So it's about the customers, this is about the e-commerce platform, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so at India, okay, can you give an example of the available e-commerce platform?
There are various e-commerce platforms available like Amazon, Flipkart, Nykaa, Tira Beauty, and Savannah, and a lot more. Even we can take example of Swiggy, Zomato, which are food delivery apps, and the delivery matters a lot with each app.
Ma'am, for each type of product, we have like different delivery apps. Like for example, we have quick commerce for instant delivery of food items, or like for example, Blinkit or Zepto. And then we have for shopping apps, we have like Nykaa or like Myntra. So there are multiple apps.
Okay, so do you have a lot of the e-commerce platforms there? Is it have you make a comparisons about this, about the available apps, the
Ma'am, the
e-commerce platform?
comparison will be part of our research study when we go in depth, but we have analyzed from like there are there's differences between apps. So for example, I'll give you Myntra is an app that is more specific to when the delivery is. So for example, it tells you the delivery is tomorrow or within 2 days, versus there are apps like Savannah, which says like within a week. So this is what made us realize that, you know, the people prefer purchasing from apps like Myntra because they know when the delivery will be done, compared to when Savannah, because they don't know if it'll get delayed or it'll come on time.
So as specifically in Myntra, they have specific time limit as well. Sometimes they even say that your order will be delivered in 23 minutes, 30 minutes. So which makes us prefer that app more. So that's how we are gonna compare.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, that's all
you,
for me.
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Anju ma'am, please be ready. And after that, Mehak Atul Shah, please be ready with your PPT.
उनने मेल करी थी आपको, मेल में सबसे टॉप में हाँ मेल में सबसे टॉप में स्टार्ट किया भाई
First slide. Good afternoon, dignitaries of Vidyaniketan Education Trust, respected panel members, and one and all present here. This is Anjum Firoz Sheikh from Advocate Bapusaheb Bhonde High School, Lonavla. My research topic is strategic management practices for competency-based curriculum, implementation, and teacher abilities. Basically, strategic management here, we are implying it in school, where bridging the strategy for attaining good teaching excellence and which will give us good learning outcomes. The successful implementation of the competency-based curriculum depends not only on curriculum design, but also on effective strategic management practices and the abilities of teachers who deliver the curriculum. This study examines the relationship between strategic management practices and teacher abilities, and the effective implementation of competency-based curriculum means skill-based or ability-based curriculum for the students. Strategic management strengthens teacher capacity for CBC delivery. Introduction. There is a global shift to competency-based learning. Means in educational system across the world, there is a transition from traditional content-based curricula to competency-based curricula to equip learners with practical skills, abilities, and attitude necessary for lifelong learning. The competency-based curriculum emphasizes the learner-centered pedagogy, continuous assessment, and real-life application of knowledge. Continuous assessment means continuously assessing the students in big and small events or evaluation, not only waiting for the terminal test or yearly annual test. Strategic management here implies as a long-term planning, effective leadership, optimal resource allocation, and continuous evaluation. Teacher abilities. CBC success, effective implementation and achievement of learner competency. However, the effectiveness of CBC implementation largely depends on how schools are strategically managed and how capable teachers are in adopting new instructional approaches. Without strategic management support, teachers may struggle to implement CBC effectively. The problem while implementing CBC is, despite policy level adoption of competency-based curriculum, many schools experiences difficulties in its implementation. These challenges include inadequate teacher preparedness, insufficient professional development, lack of instructional resources, and weak leadership support. In many schools, focus on curriculum compliance is more than rather than strategically developing teacher abilities required for CBC delivery. The objectives for the study are mainly identifying the good strategic management practices used in implementing CBC, examine the role of the teacher, analyze the relationship between the strategic management and the teacher abilities, identify challenges affecting strategic management, and suggest more good strategies for improving and enhancing the teacher abilities, such as training and giving them resources. Research questions guiding this study were which strategic management practices are employed by schools for CBC implementation, teacher abilities, which abilities are essential for effective implementation, how do management practices influence teacher abilities, and what challenges after giving a good strategic management teacher faces. Strategic management practices in school leads to strategic planning, good leadership, stakeholder involvement, resource management, performance evaluation, continuously performance evaluation. Then competency-based curriculum implementation leads in the students with good communication, good critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, and problem-solving attitude. Teacher ability in competency-based education is mainly about learner-centered pedagogy, competency-based assessment, good classroom management, instructional technology, where digital tools are also included, reflective practice, relationship between strategic management and teacher abilities, such as professional development planning, instructional supervision, mentoring, performance appraisals, significantly influence teacher abilities. Studies suggest that school with strong strategic leadership and continuous teacher training demonstrate higher levels of CBC implementation success. Research methodology, this is basically exploratory research design, but this we have implemented in our Advocate Bapu Saheb Bhonde High School, where we have implemented 2 of our classroom with CBSE syllabus, as those classrooms were bifurcated on the basis of the percentage, and hence the students attaining good percentage was given a higher version of curriculum to study. Schools with well-defined major findings.
Please conclude.
Here I conclude that strategic management practices are fundamental to the effective implementation of competency-based curriculum and the development of teacher abilities. Teacher abilities act as a mediator factor between strategic management practices and successful CBC implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Session chair. Session chair, ma'am.
Session chair, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nehru. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so it's about okay, I want to know lah. What is the challenge? Okay, the challenge to equip the teacher with the current technology. What do you think about this?
Ma'am, please repeat the question.
Okay. So it's about what do you think the most challenging for the teacher to equip with the current technology for their teaching and learnings tools?
The most challenging part is that when the
For their
teachers
teaching
are
style.
when the teachers are habitual for the old traditional method, and sometimes the teachers who are habitual, they are not ready to learn the new strategies or new digital tools to implement education. At that time, it is sometimes difficult and not manageable.
Okay, so what do you think? How to improve this? How to improve this? How to improve this?
Yes, we can improve it with the good strategic management policies and teacher training programs. We can give them different teacher training programs, which can be skill based or which can be digital tool based, and different AI apps we can use in education. All those trainings we can give to the teachers so that they can enhance their teaching learning process.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Pushpendu sir, for your guidance.
Our next presenter is Mehak Atul Shah. Mehak,
Audible.
please share your PPT, and after that, Deeksha Agrawal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mehak Shah and I'll be presenting my paper, The Influence of Inclusive and Gender Neutral Language in Content on Gen Z Engagement, under the guidance of my professor, Dr. Shamtal Sachinlal. Language plays an important role in shaping thoughts, values, and social connection in digital communication, as there is an increase in inclusivity and focus on diversity. Brands are using the approach of gender neutral language. So language choice in media and advertising significantly influences Gen Z's engagement and support. Previous research shows that Gen Z positively respond to general inclusive language, but due to more focus on visuals and technology than linguistic inclusivity, there is a research gap. There is a research gap which directly links to Gen Z digital engagement.
The objectives we have used is the SMART framework, which is specific to determine how the use of inclusive and gender neutral language measurable to find out how much Gen Z interacts with content that uses inclusive or gender neutral language, achievable to attained through a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods relevant to research the useful figures out how Gen Z likes to communicate and time bound. In a period of 1 year, the study has been done. Research methodology, the approach we have used is quantitative research with data collection, primary data collection as questionnaire and secondary as research paper. Hypothesis, null hypothesis, there is no significant difference in Gen Z engagement in gender neutral language or traditional gender language. And alternative hypothesis, there is a significant difference on Gen Z engagement when gender neutral language is used. The sample size is Gen Z age from 18 to 28. Data analysis. Here we had asked a specific type of questions to the respondents, with 81.19% of respondents aware of what gender neutral language is, and 70.30% actively notice that brands do use gender neutral language. 78.22% favor that brands and manufacturers should adopt the inclusive communication. 83.17 believe that inclusive language is very crucial and important to get Gen Z engaged. And social impact, 80 to 20% feel that inclusive language helps reduce the stereotypes. Here we had asked how that generation Z engagement driver. So inclusive language is a key factor for Gen Z digital language. It's a engagement driver where 84% report a positive impact on keyword searches. 78.1% observe there is an organic website traffic when used gender neutral language. Inclusive content records a 71.3% where there is a social share and search engine discoverability. Here we can see that 43% of respondents believe inclusive language enhances brand authenticity. There is a notable proportion of respondents that it does have an effect on brand loyalty and overall brand image. 32% also feel that lack of inclusive language can also damage a brand's reputation. Over 1/3 believe are neutral that inclusivity influences long-term loyalty or expectations. Here we had asked the respondents to rank. So they gave the top priority or ranked first the feeling represented Gen Zs or the consumers do want to be feel represented. Then second was ranked as the respect for diverse identities. So respecting the diversity. Third, building trust. Building trust was ranked the third. Then avoiding stereotypes and engaging open communication was ranked the lower priority. So this says that Gen Z do value representation and respect the core of engagement. Again, we had asked the same set of questions, but the questions were better audience connect.
Please conclude.
Yeah. So in conclusion, I would like to say that Gen Z engagement does have a significant impact on the content and includes engagement. So I can here say that the study rejects the null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maisha, for the presentations. Okay, first of all, why you choose Gen Z? Why do other Gen?
I'm a Gen Z, and today most of the we can say that even if it's in technology or everything, it is mostly driven by Gen Z, or Gen Z do have an important impact on whatever happens. So yes, and mostly in marketing and communication, or in um in a back support of a brand, Generation Z has a impact. So that's about
Okay.
those Generation Z.
Okay, so next question. Do you think using the gender neutral or inclusive language makes the digital content more engagement for the Gen Z?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay.
Because Gen Z do relate to it and are actually too connected to that term. They believe to be represented and in a gender neutral way, and not be gender biased or stereotyped.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. That's all.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay. Next, Diksha, please present your. Please share your presentation. Diksha Agarwal.
Actually, sir, there is some glitch in my laptop. So can I present after one to presentation?
Yeah, that would be all right. Okay. You can drop your message in the comment box whenever you are ready. So we will align you after that. Next, Rahul Manish Bhavsar. Rahul.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can share.
Okay, sir.
And after that, Mr. Ruchir Shah.
Am I audible?
Please be little louder.
Hello.
Yes, now you are audible. You can start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Rahul Bajash. I am student from Ganpati University, MBA Business Analytics. Today, I'm going to discuss about how decentralized financial technologies enable modernization in trade finance. International trade finance remains plagued by high friction, including high cost, complex, and considerable risk. This is a proposed ecosystem architecture of fintech, specially distributed ledger technology, and smart contracts to achieve near zero latency in trade finance. The problem in high trade finance is high latency. Document action via mail, courier, manual verification take process time ranging from days to weeks. High cost, opacity, risk potential for document for leading to payment delays and counterparty risk. Our research proposes a decentralized fintech principle to minimize latency by enabling parallel processing, automating verification. The core objective is to transition trade finance from friction to flow by fundamentally reducing end-to-end latency in trade finance, a persistent bottleneck hindering operational efficiency and tying up working capital. As you can see, this proposed architecture, this can help to achieve a zero latency in trade finance ecosystem. Identity and access management layer decentralized identifiers help to minimize time spent on repetitive KYC, ML checks, data origination and Oracle layer. The real-time data feeds integrate IoT device and ERP system, replace manual data entry and document exchange. Decentralized ledger technology layer is an immutable record of trade events and financial commitments, provides immediate record status to all authorized parties. Smart contract layer is a drastically reduced processing of manual checks and approvals, application and integration. It is a DLT ecosystem that minimize delays in user interaction and data synchronization. As you can see that traditional trade financing taking time scale from days to weeks to achieve latency, and how this decentralized fintech latency is taking time scale from seconds to minutes. We can see that traditional latency is trapped by manual checks, manual reviews, sequential human approvals, and decentralized fintech using automated smart contracts, automated rules engine, smart contract condition API trigger that help process from that take process from days to seconds, hours to milliseconds and seconds. Achieving near zero latency implies minimizing fintech through carefully selection of DLT platform and conscious algorithm optimized for speed and maintaining adequate security. Architecture implementing such decentralized ecosystem engineering requires engineering management effort beyond the core technology. Manager must take critical decision like is the DLT platform should be permission or permissionless? Is there any governance needs? Conscious mechanism like choosing algorithms of balancing speed, fault tolerance, and energy consumption. Smart contract designed to ensure contracts are secure, efficient, upgradable, and legally sound.
A robust governance model for ecosystem consortium is paramount. Onboarding, offboarding rules, defining for participants joining or leaving the network, roles and permission, establishing access control based on participant roles, upgrade management processing for updating DLT software, dispute resolution, cost benefit sharing. Policies consideration for implementation is data privacy and confidentiality, legal enforceability, ensuring all smart contracts are legally bind and relevant jurisdiction, standardization, change management, policies to support user process redesign and cultural adaptation within participating organization. Enhancing manager decision support through DLT by real-time visibility, providing dashboards for instant status updates and shipments, predictive analytics using historical DLT data to predict potential delays, working capital optimization, supply risk management. As technology stack, ecosystem governance, risk mitigation, implementation, and policy are key decision points for near zero latency in trade finance. Deploying the architecture and control environment help to measure actual latency and compare it with baseline traditional methods. Has model comparing traditional process flow with DLT based allows sensitivity analysis based on factors like network size, transaction volume, and conscious speed. Benchmarking DLT based trade finance platform help to analyze performance data and to achieve near zero latency. As we have discussed, as I have discussed, this study proposes an ecosystem leveraging decentralized fintech to address latency in trade finance. The core contribution is not merely using the DLT, but also integrate to minimize latency and exploit and engineering management challenge essential for success. Strategic technology investment and architecture stewardship demanding rigorous data-driven justification for platform and conscious mechanism, orchestrating complex socio-techno ecosystem, developing robust government frameworks that who should be access to the information and how they use to information. Proactive management of novel risk landscape, decentralized system introduce a new risk landscape, including smart contract vulnerabilities and Oracle manipulation. As I want to conclude that latency in traditional finance is a critical source of friction in global supply chains. By systematically replacing manual process with automated DLT using DLT-based workflows, drastically reduce end-to-end transaction times from weeks to minutes. This work provides a foundational framework for managers and policymakers to transition global trade from high state friction to one high flow. And also, I want to add some point that space sector is growing. If we apply this decentralized fintech architecture in space industry, small investor will get motivated, and it will enhance them to trust, and by enhancing trust and transparency, small investors get motivated to invest in the space sector industry. As this will help in space sector industry to grow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rao, for your presentation. First of all, what is your main objective for this your research? What is your main objective?
Ma'am, can you?
What is your
Voice is
main
not.
objective?
Ma'am,
What is your main objective for this research?
Ma'am, my main objective for this research to apply a decentralized framework and smart contracts in trade finance, so that it can help to reduce by it can help us it can help to reduce manual repetitive constant verification, and also to eliminate middlemen, so that it can create trust and transparency.
Okay, so do you have maybe you any comparison with other existing platform? Do you have any do you have done any comparisons with existing platform?
Ma'am, it is a conceptual framework. We have developed
Okay.
an equation algorithm for this, but we are planning to do apply in real life applications.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Next, Ruchir Shah, please. Ruchir.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sharing the screen.
Share your. And after that, Rushika Dave Bhatt, please be ready.
Is this visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you are
Good
audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruchir Shah. I am assistant professor at Ganpat University. My co-authors are Dr. Suraj Shah and Dr. Priyanka Pathak. So our title is Impact of HR Analytics and Gig Work Adoption on Workforce Transformation in Technology-Driven Organizations. So basically, digitalization and technology intensity have like reconfigured the organizational workforce design currently for the deployment and management. So that is the digital HR imperative. So there are two concurrent forces which supports this statement. So first is the development of HR analytics capability. Second is the organizational adoption of gig work. Now you can see that workforce transformation. So what is workforce transformation? What I am talking about? It is the change in workforce structure, skills, job alignment, engagement, and strategic responsiveness. HR analytics capability is the systematic use of HR data for a evidence-based decision making. So why we studied this particular topic, like what is the problem, research problem? So the need for study says that technology-driven organizations, right, where the rapid scale change occurs, which requires empirical insight. So there is a limited empirical research for this purpose. So we want to test this. So the scope of our study lies only on the empirical focus, which is related to the technology driven organizations, right? So literature review, you can see that we have taken three constructs which were derived from the literature review. So first is the HR analytics capability, second is the gig work adoption, and third is the workforce transformation. And all these papers were referred from the ABDC and Scopus Q1 only. So we want to study this at a like we want to do a systematic literature, so we can filter out the references also. So we have taken only ABDC, A star and Q1 rated journals. So you can see there are four research gap: population gap, theoretical gap, research evidence gap, and contradictory evidence gap. I'm just explaining the first gap, that is population gap. So it states that there is limited empirical study which focuses purely on the HR professionals or managers within the technology driven organizations, which examines the integrated effects of the two constructs that we have derived. So the research approach is a quantitative research approach, cross-sectional survey we have designed, right? Using offline questionnaire technique, we have 492 valid responses after a response rate of 94.2% after data cleaning and all. We have a non-probability sampling, having purposive sampling. The constructs were measured on the Likert scale questionnaires. So the original contribution is to propose a framework, right?
2 minutes.
Yes, okay. So to propose a framework of HR analytics, which integrates the HR analytics capability and workforce. So we have this proposed hypothesis and this conceptual model developed from the literature review. Now we have conducted a pilot survey, then a reliability analysis we have conducted. We have also conducted a CMB, common method bias, using the common latent factor, having the variance inflation factor less than 0.3. So we proceeded with the questionnaire, that our questionnaire is correct and valid. So we should proceed with the questionnaire. So this is the overview of the questionnaire. You can see for the Likert scale questions. This is the demographic of the participants. You can see the measurement model. So we have done a CFA, conformative factor analysis, CFA model. You can see the latent factors are successfully capturing the scale items which is less than 1. So convergent validity was established, AV was greater than 0.5.
Please
and
come to conclusion.
Yes, sure. CR is greater than 0.7. Discriminant validity was established. These are the threshold according to the industry criterias. All the model fit values were according to the industry threshold. This is the structural equation model, imputed path analysis, regression analysis. All the hypotheses were, null hypotheses were rejected. We have significant R square values, beta values. This is the summary of findings. This is the implication, theoretical, practical, managerial. This is the conclusion of the study, that coherent and empirical supported model we have developed. We have data-driven HR system and alternative employee engagement, credibility, generalizability, and scholarly contribution of this study may be implemented into the strategic workforce management. Future studies might have longitudinal and panel-based studies or qualitative studies using tools like NVivo. We have 35 plus references from again ABDC, A star, and Q1 Scopus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruchir.
Yes.
Can you Go back to your first slide.
Yes,
Your
sure.
first slide. Okay. First slide.
Yes, ma'am. This one? Yes, ma'am. This one?
I want to see your title. Sorry. Title.
Yes, sure.
Slide 1. Okay. So impact of the HR analytics and gig work adoptions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So why you focus on the HR and also gig work adoption on the workforce transformations?
Yes.
Why you
So
focus on this?
yes. So my area of specialization, which subjects I am taking in my university. So HR analytics is my domain right now. So HR analytics, I have also like previous papers related to HR analytics. So I want to explore further. Like I have an extensive version of this paper from the previous paper. So the variables like gig work adoption, right? So this is a new variable currently, and integrating it with the HR analytics part, because currently the different organizations in India, we have quick commerce growing, e-commerce growing. So gig work adoption is a major thing, right? In the technology driven organizations, specifically like Amazon, Flipkart, then Zepto, Blinkit, these organizations. So how we can like there is no empirical study currently as of now, and there are qualitative based studies. So I want to explore it empirically and test it how we can explore more further into this topic, like related to gig work adoption. So I combined it with the HR analytics part as well.
Okay. Okay, then maybe what is your expected outcome in for this research?
Yes, so it's basically I want to study that what is the role of HR analytics in the gig work and gig work adoption in the workforce transformation. Like currently there is a trend of there are technology driven organizations which are focusing more on the peer pressure side, workforce timings are different. There is a stress management in workforce for the gig work part, right? So I am exploring those areas also, like what is the change that we are witnessing currently for the gig work compared to the old studies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Our next presenter is Rushika Dave Bhatt. Please share your presentation, Rushika. And after that, Diksha, please be ready. Rushika, you may start.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, okay. Share your screen. Please press F5, Rushika.
Oh, my laptop got hanged. I'm so sorry. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay. If your system is hanged, we can move to the next presentation. Diksha, please be ready.
Yeah, if
Rushika,
it possible, yeah, please.
okay, we will move you later. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
okay, Rishika. Okay. Diksha, please present your presentation now. You can start presenting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Diksha, share your PPT now.
Just a second, sir.
Okay. And after Diksha, Nishantha, please be ready. Diksha,
Yeah, sir. I'm trying to sharing, but it's not share. So now is it visible?
okay. It's readable. You can start now.
Okay.
Okay.
So myself, I'm Diksha Agrawal, and I'm from Ganpat University. I'm pursuing MBA in Pharmaceutical and currently in SEM 2. So here my topic is impact of visual analytics on healthcare and pharmaceutical information. So in this, we are doing like if in nowadays humans are not that much capable of collecting data or store and remember. So from this we can remember and try to the data we are thinking and we have collected to visualize it. So the introduction in this we are doing data explosion, visual analytics integration, evidence-based decisions and enhanced performance. So firstly we are what are concepts? So mainly this is for healthcare industry. In healthcare, how we are the data we have, how we are is visualize its the analytics we can do is and decision what we can make the decision in this and the scopes. Like if we are doing and visual analytics, our time will be saved because we are not doing that much. We thinking and we are doing it and visualize. So we can get to know what we will get the result in future if we are doing these things. So we can save from our failed attempts. And second thing is that it can bridge gap raw data and clinical decision making. The data we have collected or we have got, so from that we can know what we will get in the future. So we can get to know if we are making any changes or we have to need more data, so we can do that also. Now in third part we can literature review. So what we have in literature review, so we have done our organizational efficiency. In that we have done, we had enhanced organizational efficiency and decision making. Second, we have collected big data challenge, because as we know the data collection is a big challenge. So as we have collected it in secure in the analytics, we don't have to remember it. Then infrastructure enables, from this we can make our infrastructure, we don't have to make manually. Data driven culture, in this we can strengthen our system what we have got, and in this we can do a evidence based healthcare challenges. Then there is diagnostic accuracy. From this we can get 90% to 90 to 98% accuracy, and which we doesn't get in short time of manually diagnostic. Then 6 is organizational readiness. Organizational readiness is in critical adoption, is what we are adopting from nearby thinkings, and if we are need to adopt something quickly, we can do that also. Then there is a hypothesis construction. So diagnostic accuracy enhancements, in this we are getting diagnostic and accuracy enhancements, technology infrastructure we are getting, and then visual analytics of enhanced patient care. If we are doing patient care, so how we it enhancing it, because as we can say that we are doing visualizing. Then organization readiness in healthcare analytics, data driven decision making. From the data we can make the decision quickly. Then there is a research gap and design. So what are the research gap? As this knowledge, this technology is not known to everyone. So in that area can be problematic. And second is population. There is a lots of population, like in India there is a lots of population and area, so not in like rural area, not everywhere we can get this technology. Then second is our research evidence gap, like if we are getting data, if it is correct or not, and what we can add in this. And then there is a contradictory evidence gap, if the data we are getting is correct or not, and if this in some other data are mixed or not, like this can be challenges for us. And then is original contribution. So this study is a SEM based framework, means we are from getting data from the online and that's such things. And then there is a infrastructure and decision making in VR adoption in healthcare, because from this we can know how we have to move forwards and what we can do further. There is our conceptual model. So in this, what are concepts? So first is our diagnostic accuracy. It gives us diagnostic accuracy. Then there is a technological infrastructure. Then there is a data-driven decision making, organizational readiness, and visual analytics for enhanced patient care. These are some
Conclusion.
concepts. Okay, so in this we can conclude, like if we are using data collection, visualizing, so save our timing which we are wasting in collecting various data, and we can save model, create a model which maybe we can get the result from this. So in less time we can get the best result with visualization. So that is my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Risha, for the presentation. So, how do you think when you create the model for the visualizations, okay, how it can improve the work efficiency?
Ma'am, like if we are collecting data manually and we are doing a research in every data, so it will take some time. But with the data we have got, if we are doing in visual framework, so it will give us the result in framework. So we can get to know, maybe if we are collecting that much data, so we will get this result. So we can work on that further.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Okay. Now the next presenter is Nishanta. Nishanta, please share your screen. Nishanta?
Yes, I am here. Let me share my screen.
Okay. And after that, Dr. Padma Shri Patil, please be ready.
Is my visible?
Not yet. I think it's in progress. It should be. We could see something. Yes.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Let me. I need to put it into. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. You are visible.
All right. Thank you. So the research topic is industrial dispute positively moderate the relationship between industrial relation and organizational productivity. And introduction to my research paper, industrial relation is the relationship between employer, employees, and their workers in an organization. Primarily, industrial relation is the when there are your trade union operating in an organization, the climate that we have in an organization is the IR sentiment in any organization. Industrial relations in Sri Lanka have been complicated with the increased level of tension. The reason being, organization do not want to see that the unions are existing in an organization, but the workers in organization wanting to form organization or unions and then fight for their rights in the organization. But in Sri Lanka, EPZ is the export processing zone. They are playing a mediating role, getting unions and then the organization to a one table and have conversations. The research objective of my research study is to examine whether industrial relation in an organization have a relationship with productivity, primarily to see how industrial relation is impacting productivity in an organization. But there are other variables also, industrial dispute and how industrial dispute is impacting productivity, how industrial conflicts impacting productivity, and R4 is the mediating impact. So my mediator in this research study is industrial dispute and how industrial disputes mediate the relationship between industrial relation and productivity. And then the moderator is industrial policies. For my research study, I have studied more than 100 research papers, but out of which I have just put 3 here for an example. But I'll just pick up the second one, Alam and Udin 2022. This research study done in Bangladesh in the garment industry. The key finding is that union efficacy is such that highly associated with intensity of buyer codes. So, Bangladesh is a garment, manufacturing country where they don't just allow, buyers has a code of conduct and then they have to, align to all those requirements. Union, fair representation is also one of the requirement. For my research study, I have referred a couple of theories, the pluralistic theory, unitary perspective, Marxist approach, and etc. But underpinning theory for my research study is pluralistic theory. This is where mainly trade union fits in, and through pluralistic perspective that unions have a platform to exercise their rights. And here is the research framework for my research study. Independent variable, you will see the primarily industrial relation. Under industrial relation, there are 3: collective bargaining, social justice, and communication. And my dependent variable is organizational productivity. And my moderating variable is industrial relation policy. And then industrial dispute is the mediating variable. And research methodology is a quantitative research study. And I have shared 407 questionnaires, well-defined questionnaire. And I was able to collect 395 responses from my questionnaires. And out of which 384 I used for this my research study after doing reliability and validity test, and then the others were failed. And the statistical analysis, correlation analysis were done, regression analysis, and then the mediation and moderator analysis were conducted in my research study. Here is the hypothesis tested. There are 4 hypotheses here, and the next page you will see another 4. Industrial relation significantly affect the productivity, that is supported. And then you see collective bargaining, the second one, third one, social justice, fourth one, communication. All that significantly affect the productivity. You will see the result is supported. When I did all the tests, you will see here R-score, R-square, adjusted R-square, F, P, B, and all that are in the range of supporting. Then moving into the next page, you will see the next set of hypotheses. Industrial relations significantly affect the industrial dispute. Industrial dispute affect the productivity. And then the fourth and fifth one are the important ones. Industrial dispute conflict significantly mediate the relationship. Here, that is why you are also seeing here to say that fully supported. The P score and then the B and all that on the very positive direction. But the last one, H5, is the one which is not supported. That means industrial relation policies. The primary reason being in Sri Lanka, the industrial relation policies are pretty old policies. So therefore, those are not supporting to create the right industrial climate in the organization. So these are the key findings in my research study. A moderately positive relationship between industrial relation and productivity that was established. Industrial relation also has a moderately positive relationship with
conclusion, please.
Sure. And then industrial relation between disputes and productivity was significant. And then the key here is that industrial relation policies did not moderate the relationship. That's something that I kind of never expected, but that has one of the findings that has come in this research study. And on the whole, productivity in the sector of BOI is driven by constructive dispute. That is why I highlighted here. When an organization has constructive dispute, that's helping. The conclusion, the last slide, effective industrial relation contribute greatly to productivity. That means if you have a effective industrial relation, disputes if you manage effectively, that's going to help the organization, is what primarily saying. That is why mediating role of industrial relation between industrial relation productivity. The finding of this research study is that any organization, if you have the healthy way of resolving industrial dispute, that's going to help the organization. Future scope also, there's still scope for anybody getting into this area to do future research study in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nishanta. So, what do you think? What is your main contributions for this research?
My main contribution in this research study, I would say, is that to tell the organizations that if you, in any organization, unionized organization, if you resolve conflicts, industrial disputes effectively using effective mechanisms, and then you will not have strikes, and you will not have lockout, work stoppage, and etc. So therefore, any organization to pay attention to resolve industrial dispute effectively, so that that will help to improve your productivity in the organization, is the key message of this research study.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nishanta. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. After that, Dr. Padmashri Patil, please share your screen.
Hello, good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're
Is
audible.
my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after
Let
that,
me-
Madhuram Neeraj Sharma, please be ready. Okay.
Okay, so good evening. First of all, I would like to thank for giving me opportunity to present my work. So myself, Dr. Padmashri Patil. One second. So myself, Dr. Padmashri Patil. I'm from NMIMS Navi Mumbai. Today I'm presenting my work, which I have done along with my collaborator, Dr. Vineet Joshi. So work is related to structural analysis of preferences for investment-linked insurance products, which we have done using the ISM and Micmac analysis. So this is the outline. Here I will talk about the importance of the insurance. How much is the adoption of the insurance in the India? Why there is a less adoption? That also we are going to see. After that, we will see things related to investment-linked insurance, that is ILI products. We talked about the factors which affects like a favor or non-favor the buying decision of the ILIs, and also we will conclude the using with the discussion the result of based on the analysis. So first of all, why insurance is important? So insurance is very critical because it provides financial safety net against the unexpected events like accidents, illness, etc. So insurance is very much important in that case. And here is the, if you compare the insurance penetration across the different nations, what you observe that even though India is the fourth largest economy in the world, insurance penetration is very, very low. And you can compare with the other developed countries like US, UK, it is very low and it is coming as a 3.8%. Compared to the other peer Asian countries, this is also a very low number. And then we digged out to study and understand why the insurance penetration is low. And then we found that there is a demographic, basically, huge change you will observe when studying this. And we found majority people are still having low income, and because of that, they are always have a dilemma where to save money for the future, spend for the food or for the basic needs, or buy the policy. So so here, in order to increase the insurance penetration, government has given tax rebates. Along with this, government also introduced different schemes, that is Pradhan Mantri Bima Suraksha Yojana, etc., etc. So along with this, the government also pushing the private companies in order to give some new schemes which are tailor-made and which will be benefit to the most of the lower income people as well. So this is one of the product which we started studying, that is called as investment linked insurance. Let me first tell you that why this is, how this is different compared to the only insurance product. So this product is giving a dual benefit of a insurance, that is a security. Along with this, it is also help to generate the wealth, as some of the money will be used for the buying some mm, index related, or the buying some linked insurance plans. So here you can see we have find it out after doing the literature review. We found that there are 15 such factors we identified which shapes the buying decisions directly or indirectly. And these different 15 factors we studied using the interactive structural modeling, that is ISM model. ISM model help us to identify and organize the relations among the complex variables. So here this method breaks down the large unstructured problem into the well-defined hierarchical model by understanding the which factors drives other, and also helps to understand which factors are dependent. So we have also done, along with this, we have also done the micmac analysis, and we try to understand which factor among the 15 are the driving one and which are the dependence factor. So we have also got the dependence power, which help us to understand which factors are useful and need to be, one sec, need to be focused a lot. So these are the 15 factors which I was talking about. So these are including some of the behavioral factors, some of the factors which related to the even tax benefits, FOMO, 10-year payment, 10-year policy. You can see the claim settlement ratio. So all these factors, after finding out, we have made a questionnaire, and we just got the responses for these questionnaires from academicians, from the insurers, as well as the people who buy the insurance. And then what we observed is, so dependence of these variables on each other, we find it out. You can see here, this is a dependence power at the bottom, and this is a driving power at the right of this column. So you can see dependence power for the variable number 4 and the variable number 7 is 1. It means that these two factors are not at all dependent on the other factors. Whereas if you check the driving powers, then again the variable number 4 and variable number 7 is having the highest driving power. It means that these two factors are not dependent on the other factors. So people, whenever they go or make a decision of a buying, these two factors are basically considered as the most important factors, and having the less dependence on the any other factors. So if you want to get just a result for this, and then you find V4 and V7 are basically the age of the insurance, that is the one factor, and the tax benefit, that is the another factor which is important, and which are considered as the most important factor. So these are the most early considered as the drivers. Along with this, we have also got the other remaining almost 13 factors which we have find it out that are the dependents. So even though they are the dependents, they are having again, they affect the system. It's not like they are not at all affect the system. So result and outcome of this particular research is age of the insured and the tax benefits are the most important drivers. This placement ratios that establishment findings that the life cycle needs and the tax incentives strongly predict the life's insurance demand. The dependent and the linkage variable, which consist of the company reputation, and also other factors like a claim settlement ratio, service speed factors, which are long recognized as a cornerstone to trust the formation of the insurance. Emotional and the behavioral drivers are also important. That's the FOMO, recommendation from friend or the insurer is also considered as another important factor. So with this, what we just find it out is, so whenever such a products are coming out by the private companies also, they must focus on the these two particular factors which help to basically gain attention of the more people, so that more insurance penetration will happen. So that's it, and thank you so much. Any question, please ask.
Okay, thank you, Padmashmari, for the presentations. And why do you think that the variable 4 and 7 means contributions to this
Sorry?
Why do you think is a variable 4 and variable 7 is a main contributions to for the decision making?
Okay, so variable 7 is the tax benefit, ma'am. So
Yeah.
in India, most of the people they think that if there is a tax benefit, then they will be buying a particular product. So since this comes under the tax benefit, people mostly think like I know that insurance is most required thing, but still people think about if it is coming with the tax benefit, then it is considered as a cherry on the top, like having extra benefit.
How about variable number 4?
Variable number 4 is the age of the insured.
Mm-hmm.
So age of the insured is again important factor because young people, those who are earning a bit good amount of money, they literally think about buying the insurance policy rather than the other part of the thing. Because there is some years they are seeing with which a wealth can be generated, not just the insurance.
Okay, thank you for the answer. That's all for me.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am. Moving forward, now we have Madhuram Neeraj Sharma. Please come over the stage. And after that, Dr. Darshish Suraj Shah, please be ready. Okay. 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 Madhuram, please be ready. Okay.
Uh, good evening, everyone. I'm Madhuram Neeraj Sharma. Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Madhuram Neeraj Sharma, and I'm from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. Today, my research is based upon growth of Indian defense ecosystem and its policy, which are supporting it, and some pros and cons. So, yeah. So, we begin with India's vision for Atmanirbharta. We aren't just looking for import substitution anymore. We are pursuing strategic autonomy. Production has surged from rupees 46,000 crore to a record-breaking rupees 1.54 lakh crore in the latest cycle. This tells us that we aren't this defense ecosystem isn't just about building tanks. It is about deep tech sovereignty. Uh, our main objective is for of this presentation is to measure speed of relevance. That is, we are examining barriers that stop small firms from scaling and looking at how dual use technologies like AI, which is used in both battlefields and civilian use, can enhance national resilience. Uh, yeah. Uh, India is now, as we know, India is now the world's third largest startup ecosystem with over 1,200 specialized defense technology entities. This thrives on a triad model, which is collaboration between academia, DRDO, and startups. The academia deals with the research purpose, which is the know why, and the startup is the engineering, which helps the academia to create mass producible products. India, so now we have seen the growth of India. So now as the India is growing, there are also some problems India is facing. One of the problem is the talent tech paradox. India has millions of engineers, but there are shortage of industry ready talent. New domains like space tech and quantum move faster than university curricula. This creates a company tech war, which is companies poach expert from one another rather than growing pool. This increases the cost and risk and decreasing startup innovation. Yeah. So the other one is the value of that. So as you can see, that from TRL 6 to TRL 9, there's a very huge line, the which is the bottle of neck. So it is a survival gap between successful prototype and final induction. Reaching a working model that is TRL 6 is a fit, but moving to TRL 9 that is battle ready is bottleneck. Small companies run often out of cash in 3 to 5 years because of the grueling military testing. It's not a failure of technology, but it is a failure of financial endurance. Uh, so now these are some of the new policies introduced. This was introduced in 2025. This is Defense Procurement Manual 2025, and this removes the NOC requirement from PCUs, which is this and their monopoly on revenue procurement. And also newly introduced Aditi scheme, which provides grants of up to 25 crore rupees to startups. This Aditi scheme and this DPM acts as the oxygen needed to survive testing phase for startups. Uh, we now use techno-commercial readiness and market maturity. This framework ensures that an idea isn't just technologically sound, but is actually commercial viable, also manufacturable at scale. So this graph right here, the green diagonal line is ideal balance. It's between technological development and commercialization. The red zone is the commercial lag. Blue zone is the technological lag, and the curve line, it's MRL curve. MRL is the market readiness level. It increases by one level for every cell it moves. Yeah. So now that we have discussed all the pros and the cons, I have used one proof, which is the recent Operation Sindoor. So yeah. As a proof, we can see the Operation Sindoor during May 2025, where indigenous startup LedTech was deployed in active combat. The startup developed drone jamming grids and AI fire control system, achieved an efficiency over 95%, proving Atmanirbhar Tech can outperform traditional foreign imported system. I would like to conclude my presentation that looking forward, the next decade is about mindful scaling. India is transitioning from world's largest importer to a top-tier global provider of 21st century warfare capabilities. With defense tech, with defense technology marketed projected to reach $19 billion, our goal is to achieve 50,000 rupees crore in exports by 2029. Thank you. Any queries?
Okay, thank you, Madura, for the presentation. So what is your main motivations for you to work on this research?
My main goal is that right now there are many startups coming up, and due to which, like many students like me, who is also interested in one, isn't getting like where to apply for my startup or what to do or which schemes are available. So this research just make it easy for new startups to know which policies are coming, which policy is better, and how to apply and all.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
After that, Dr. Darshik, please come over the stage. And after that, Hemisha Gedia, please be ready. Okay.
So very good evening, one and all. To So very good evening. Myself Darshi, and my title for the presentation is AI-enabled wealth management, examining the trust, financial literacy, and the risk perception. Is it? So starting with the introduction part, we can see that growing this, as we are seeing that growing this integration of AI and wealth management services as well. So trust plays a very central role in today's world in the acceptance of AI-driven advisory systems. So financial literacy and the risk perception significantly influence the adoption behavior. And the study bridges between the behavioral finance and the technology adoption in financial services. Mainly here my need for the study is like it is very limited understanding we have seen where trust as a mediating factor for the adoption thing. Here need to assess the moderating influence of financial literacy and the risk perception, which plays an important role. So growing relevance of AI in emerging markets like India, which we are observing day by day. Here scope for the study is to focus on retail investors. Mainly my focus is on retail investors which are engaging with the AI driven financial platforms. So we examine the psychological, behavioral and technological determinants of the adoption, where empirical validation is done with the SAM, that is structural equation model. And we'll go further with the literature review. There are certain constructs find from my literature, which I have examined the literatures. That is like from approx 135 to 140 papers, I got constructs like digital financial literacy, trust in AI, perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, perceived risk, and intention to adopt it. Here we can see the research gap, where population gap or observed, theoretical gap, research evidence gap was there, and contradictory evidence gap was seen. Where research there is a primary quantitative and qualitative, both approaches were combinedly done. Where sample size where 436 participants were there, retail investors across different regions of India. And sampling technique was purposive sampling, that is convenient sampling. And the constructs were measured on the validated Likert scale, 1 to 5 Likert scale. The participants were focused on the Indian retail investors, as I mentioned above. My main objective is this study provides a comprehensive model where it explains the AI adoption in wealth management by integrating the trust, financial literacy, risk perception within a behavioral finance and technology adoption framework. And these are the hypotheses, and fine. These are the data collection and screening, where we have seen that survey administration, like participants were informed for the objectives and they were assured the confidentiality, and then data cleaning was done. Approx for pilot survey, 94 participants were taken, and we can see that standardized questionnaire was validated on 1 to 5 Likert scale. Here is the demographic profile of the participants. Again, moving forward with the measurement model, CFA was conducted using SPSS MOS, where the constructs were validated. Here we can see that constructs are like digital finance, literacy, trust in AI, perceived ease of use. All constructs are validated. Then, yes. Reliability and validity was done. Conversion validity is like AV is above greater than 0.5 for all the constructs. Composite reliability was again greater than 0.7, and discriminatory validity was square root of AV, whereas it is inter construct correlations were done. Sorry, this is very, yeah. So here we can see model fit criteria, where yes, here we can see cumin and DF value is less than 3, that is 1.624, which is excellent fit, and SRMR and RMSE, which is also an excellent fit value which we have received. Here we can see the structural equation model and regression analysis has been done. Finally concluding on the summary and findings which we have studied, that it highlights the digital financial literacy, trust in AI and perceived usefulness are the strongest enablers of AI-driven wealth management adoption. And it also shows that perceived risk negatively affects both the trust and the adoption intention, where confirming that privacy, security, and performance concerns remain the barriers always. So overall, the research underscores that successful adoption is not solely dependent on technological sophistication, but rather on creating a secure, transparent, and value-oriented ecosystem. These are the implications, theoretical, practical, and managerial implications were mentioned. And on a concluding note, that trust and literacy are the major enablers, and where risk is a major constraint. And so framework contribution boundaries, we can see that behavioral finance and technology adoption perspectives, the study contributes to the comprehensive model for understanding the AI adoption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darshi. So my question is, okay, so you just stay at your last slide. So why you focus only on the Indian retail investor, not other participation?
So I have studied only currently with, it is limited up to Indian studies only, yet I have not explored other countries. So the
Okay,
study is only
so
limited.
why is the challenge?
Sorry?
What is your what is the challenge about why you only focus on the Indian retail investor?
Yeah, currently I'll go with the Indian retail investors, then I'll go with the other countries as well.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. That's all for me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. After that, Hemisha Gedia, please come over the stage and share your PPT. And after that, Kirtiben Hasmukh Bhai Patel, please be ready.
Good evening, one and all present here and respected panel members. My name is Hamisha Gedia, research scholar from Rai University, Gujarat. Today I am going to present the impact of integrated sensory branding cause on a real-time consumer decision making. Introduction. A sensory marketing is a central to experiential marketing, shifting from a product feature to emotional engagement. Conceptual definition talks about the consumer decision agility is defined as the ability of a consumer to make a purchase decision swiftly and confidently. It integrates two dimensions: decision speed and decision confidence, reflecting efficiency and decisiveness in a real-time consumer behavior. Need for the study talks about the study largely assesses sensory cause individually and contribute to enhancing a frameworks behind the brand equity towards the process efficiently. Scope of the study talks about the visual, olfactory, and auditory cause collectively cause large-scale consumer data and SEM-based testing. Literature review talks about the visual salience, auditory salience, olfactory salience, and sensory congruence. And affective responses talks about the emotional states. Foster quicker and more confident consumer decisions. These are my research hypotheses and constructs. It talks about the visual salience, olfactory salience, auditory salience, sensory congruence, affective response, and consumer decision agility. Research gap. and decision. Research Gap talks about the study focus on a general branding outcomes, multisensory integration framework, minimal empirical taste on sensory congruence and affective mediation, and mixed result on whether sensory cause independently or a joint drive decisions. Original contribution talks about the agility as a novel construct conceptualized through decision speed and confidence. Study design talks about the structural question with the 509 sample size and measure the validate CFA model and structure using SEM with MOS. Conceptual model, it talks about the visual, olfactory and auditory salience connect to the perceived sensory congruence, and it connects to the affective responses and consumer decision agility. This is my data collection and research instruments. So research instrument talks about the questionnaire was designed to measure a 6 construct which is visual salience, olfactory salience, auditory salience, sensory congruence, affective response, and consumer decision agility. Demographic profile and distribution of participants. Measurement model CFA confirmed that this data my study is valid because these constructs are we can see the constructs are reliable. Reliability and convergent validity. So AV value is above 0.5 and CR value is above 0.7. So data shows the validate for the studies, and discriminant validity shows the square root of AV value. It also shows the validate the data and confirm for the further studies. Result in this result, CMI and FDF shows the less than 0.3, and CFI, NFI, IFI, TLI it is above 0.5, and it is excellent model fit, and SRMR and RMACA value is above 0.5 below 0.8, so it shows the badness of fit. A structural equation model. This is my structural equation model, and regression analytics talks about the visual salience significantly predicted sensory congruence, and all auditory and olfactory salience also experience high variance in a sensory congruence. Summary and findings. It talks about the consumer decision agility as a reliable construct, computing a decision speed and confidence. Result confirmed data congruence across the sensory stimuli improves the cognitive fluency and reduce the decision frictions. So findings. These are my implications, which is a theoretical theoretical, practical, and managerial. And conclusion, it talks about the demonstrated congruently aligned sensory cause significantly enhance a real-time consumer decision agility, and finding highlight the mediating role of a sensory congruence and effective response, offering both a theoretical depth and managerial relevance for experiential branding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hamisha, for your presentation. So actually, what is your expected outcome for this study?
Sorry?
What your expected outcome for this study?
Expected outcome.
Yeah. What is your findings lah? What is your findings for this study?
Finding of this study, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. And after that, our last of the track, Rushika, please share your screen. Rushika.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. Share your screen.
Yes.
PPT.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can proceed.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Rushika Dave. I am from Gujarat. I am a student of Ganpat University. Right now, I am pursuing MBA in Business Analytics. My topic is examining the evaluation of explainable artificial intelligence for trust-oriented system under the mentorship of my professor, Mr. Ruchir Shah. So, introduction to explainable AI. So, XAI is a subfield of AI that focuses on explaining AI models, functioning, and decision making processes. High stake application and required understanding of AI models, and XAI increases transparency, accountability, and trustworthiness. So, basically, what I'm trying to say is, right now in any factor we are depending on AI. So right now the AI function is only giving the answer. But what XAI is doing, what is XAI will be doing is XAI will give you the explanation of the answer. If you're asking that how is the conference, and AI will tell you the conference is good, but XAI will tell you why it's good, what are the complements, what are the components of the AI, what the participants do, and they will matlab, XAI will give you the explanation. Techniques and applications, feature attribution, and other XAI approaches provide decision making transparency. Applications include image classification, natural language processing, and recommender system in healthcare, finance, education, and criminal justice. Understanding model strengths and weaknesses leads to improved decision making and potential harm reduction. This is the model of my XAI. So here you can see difference between AI and the XAI. So XAI input data, collect from input data and compare with ML model and give explanation for the question. And then it gives to the user interface, and stakeholders like data scientists, developers, domain experts, managers, and business owners will see that explanation and use that data on the higher level research. This is the literature review of my study. This is the construct which is used in literature review. So, objective of the study. So, investigate the impact of explainable AI on human trust in AI system across diverse domain. Contribute valuable knowledge for the both academic scholars and uh, develop trustworthy AI system that promote between humans and machines. Examine the complex relationship between key constructs. This is the hypothesis. So we can see H1 is ethical use of AI, H2 is trust in AI, and H3 is combination of ethical use and trust by using transparency. So H3 is connecting ethical use and trust with the transparency. So XAI is the basically more trustworthy and transparency of the our answers of AI. This is a hypothesis. Here we can see if standard weightage is significant, is greater than 0.5, then result will be rejected. And if it's less than 0.5, then it will be accepted. These are the research methodology. First, a study approach, data collection, instrument sampling and recruitment, statistical analysis. This is the measurement model, which include perceived transparency, trust in AI system, understanding of XAI, impact on decision, ethical use of AI. So confirmatory factor analysis evaluate how well a set of observed variables measure the latent construct they are supposed to represent. Maximum likelihood estimation procedure are considered for this study to estimate the parameters of the complete measurement of the model. The combination of CFA and construct validity assessment allows the researcher to evaluate the quality of the measures within a measurement model before testing the structural model. This is the reliability and validity of the project. So basically the assessment of convergent validity for the measurement model indicates the robust foundation. So these are the we can see the estimated data compared with the average variance extract and composite reliability. These collectively affirm the convergent validity of the model. Confidence in the accuracy
Please
reliability of the
conclude.
data. Yeah.
Please conclude.
Yes, yes, sure. So these are the quality measurement of my model. This is a model for criteria. These are the structure equation model, path analysis. And these are the conclusion. So basically what my project is trying to say, that AI is giving you just an answer, but XAI will give you the explanation of the answer. So basically my XAI research is more for the business. So in business, we are depending on AI for the data, for the information, for the guidelines. But XAI will give you the explanation of particular answer. So you can blindly trust on the data and proceeding your high level discussion or the decisions. Yeah, this is the limitation. So basically, XAI needs a high level information input. The input of data is very important in XAI. So major limitation is correct and
Rishika, please conclude.
yeah, thank. So that's as a reference. That's it from my end. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Rishika, for the presentations. Okay, so what is your motivations for you to start to do this study, the explanations of the AI? I believe that actually there's a lot of the existing AI explanation AI that is similar to your system. So what is your main motivations on this?
Okay, so if you are asking someone that how am I looking, so they are saying okay, you're looking good, but they are not explaining why you're looking good. You always want the answer that why you're looking good, what are the aspects that make me more beautiful. So similarly, what XAI doing is, if you are asking something, they're not just giving you the answer, giving you the explanation, they give you the references, they give you the research, so you can blindly trust on that. And XAI is more impactful on the business. If you are starting any business and you are going for a market research, or you are know your competitors, then if you are ask your XAI, then it will give you the answer, not just your competitor, not just the market research, but they give you the reason behind it. They give you the full explanation that you can blindly trust. You don't need to go on the market, different kind of sites. You just need XAI. Whatever you ask, they give you the answer with explanation, with proper uh, like research, and what explanation and what data they use for the research, they also give you that. So yes.
Okay, thank you for the explanations. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So this is it, and we are closing all the tracks now. And thank you everyone for the presenters for the successful completion of all our tracks. Now I would like to request our support team to felicitate virtually Associate Professor Dr. Asia Binti Lokman from University, Malaysia. Please share the certificate. Yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you to all participant and organizer for inviting me for this conference. Okay. Thank you. See you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable time.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now moving further, we will felicitate our panelists for track 5 and track 6 as well. So for track 5, Dr. Mukund Tripathi, sir, and Professor Varda Joshi, ma'am, and faculty expert Dr. Vineet Joshi, sir, please come to the stage. And I request Mr. Aditya Patil to come over the stage to felicitate them. Sir, please, Mukund sir and Vineet Joshi sir, please be on the stage. You have another felicitation for track 6. And I would like to request our director, Dr. P. Rakshit, to also come over the stage. And I would like to request our admin manager, sir, Dr. Zafar Khan, Mr. Zafar Khan, to felicitate them. The misters are transforming into doctors. That is the transformation of our. Okay, thank you. Okay. Bag में. Proper bag fix तो है ना हमारे पास. Bag है उसका shop. Yeah. Now I request, I will just look forward to have Rahul pause for a moment and let him be there with me. And I would like to welcome our Honorable Secretary, Vidyaniketan Education Trust, founder member of Vidyaniketan Education Trust, and also as a trustee and governing board member, Mrs. Radhika Bhonde ma'am, to have her presence on the stage to felicitate some of our employees with, I mean, the stakeholders with some special surprise certificates, and along with that, also related to the academic and research, whatever they have tried contributing, followed by the further closure of event with the best track research paper awards. So now I request this Basical ma'am to be there, and this is for best track coordinator. There were total 6 tracks, and every track had given us a good example that we had good number of research paper presenter, and I think this is one of the conferences where we could see every presenter presented the paper. So I think we should clap for all the presenters who presented the paper. Winning, losing, or anyway being is not that important, but being part of any event activity is very much important. So that's why all the students, academicians, researchers, scientists across India and outside, across India and outside, across India and outside, they have all been present. And unfortunately, because of our last track with all 13, 15 around research paper presenters,
couldn't go high. So that's the reason we couldn't have the valedictory session of our Mansoori sir, because he has a talk at Germany. So he just said, this time I provide my all the best regards for the conference. Just now, sometime back, I just had a word with him. But next time we'll definitely look forward to meet. So every track have somebody who played a great role. So one by one, I will just try to call them on the stage to have blessing from our Honorable Secretary Ma'am and further to go ahead. So now I welcome Dr. Shailendra Singh on stage and congratulate for the best track coordinator. He basically managed track 1 and 2, and that's the reason. Efforts are always there by everyone, but yes. Next, I would like to call upon on stage for track, thank you, Dr. Vineet Joshi for his efforts for making track 4 and 6 success. Now I call upon on stage Dr. Shraddha Shinde, who has equally contributed for making the track successful and her coordination for track 4. Now, I look forward to call upon Dr. Mukund Madhav Tripathi sir and Vardha Joshi ma'am for their contribution towards track 5. Thank you so much. Now, now I look forward to call Radhika ma'am for a vote of thanks. Meanwhile, I think my team would be ready with the final track because they have to evaluate and come out. Meanwhile, I request ma'am to just have few words of her blessing as a vote of thanks, and then finally we move ahead with the closure, with the certificate distribution and final closure.
Good evening, all. Shanai Panthaha Shanai Kantha, Shanai Parvat Langhanam, Shanair Vidya Shanair Vittam, Panchayatani Shanai Shanai. Arthat, that means your constant and steady efforts leads you to the ultimate goal. Similarly, I'm sure that one day Kalpana Chawla Space Academy will achieve success. I, Radhika Bhunde, Secretary Vidyaniketan Education Trust, Lonavala, feel proud to be a member of the institution whose campus has statues of Swami Vivekananda ji, Dr. Radhakrishnan ji, and Shri Swami Samartha at its basement, and the Space Academy at the top, ready to go beyond the horizon. I humbly bow before them and start my vote of thanks. Firstly, I want to congratulate Dr. Pushpendu Rakshit for making this event successful. It was not an easy job. I thank ISRO, Nehru Science Center, Pimpri Science Center, Baramati Science Center, Muktangan, and Malaysian University for signing MOUs with us and for trusting us. I thank our Honorable Chairman, Sir Advocate Madhav Bhunde, Vice Chairman Shri Narayan Bhargav Sir, along with all VNet trustees, governing body members, and Board of Studies for their constant mental, financial, and intellectual support. I especially thank Nehru Center for providing us such a beautiful campus for 2 days. Everything was just perfect. I thank all the scientists who participated in the event to guide the people who presented their papers. Thanks to all the participants who presented their own papers. I thank my school teachers, Mama Maushis, means our fourth grade non-teaching staff members, without whom none of the functions are possible. I truly appreciate the efforts taken by our KCSA team members to make this event successful. You all are gems. Thank you very much, little buddies. It was not easy to understand everything, but you were patient and attentive, which is the quality required to get success. I thank all the unsung heroes behind and before the screen whose mention is not done inadvertently. Finally, I pray to Almighty, जे खळांची व्यंकटी सांडो, तया सत्कर्मी रती वाढो, भूता परस्परे जडो मैत्र जीवांचे, दुरितांचे तिमिर जाओ, विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो, जो जे वांछील तो ते लाहो, प्राणी जात. ओम श्री कृष्णार्पणमस्तु.
Ready? बोलूंगी करना, one by one बोलूंगी. All set? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, the most awaited moment. So I believe winning, as I always say, winning and losing is not that important. हार जीत बस एक फाइनल डेस्टिनेशन नहीं होती है, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. जब हम किसी चीज़ में पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, हम क्या पाते हैं? अनुभव, एक्सपीरियंस. कल विनीत सर हम शाम को बैठे थे. मेरा एक स्टाइल है कि हमारे जो भी मेंबर होते हैं, हमारे हर एक एक्टिविटी के बाद एक जॉइंट टॉक होता है. सबको बोलने की, अभिव्यक्ति की आज़ादी. आप टॉक एक्सपीरियंस को शेयर करिए. तो कल भी यही शाम को 8 बजे हम लोग यही बैठे थे, 7 से 8 सबने शेयर किया. तो विनीत सर ने बहुत अच्छा है कहा कि अभी जीरो एक्सपीरियंस पे सब लोग, पूरी हमारी टीम थी, उनके लिए कॉन्फ्रेंस फर्स्ट टाइम था. लेकिन अब कल तक वो 1 दिन के एक्सपीरियंस होल्डर थे, आज वो 2 दिन के एक्सपीरियंस होल्डर है. दिखने में ये सिर्फ 2 दिन है, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो 20, 30, 40 सुबह शाम दोपहर रातों का जो मेहनत था, इतने सारे विभिन्न वर्गों के लोगों को समन्वय करना, इकट्ठा करना, लाना. 6 ट्रैक्स अपने आप में अलग अलग चीज़ों को बताता है. ये पूरा पैकेज था जिसमें साइंस, स्पेस साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, मैनेजमेंट को लाना. आज पहले कॉन्फ्रेंस में अगर हम 50 पेपर के साथ है, आने वाले साल में ये 100 के ऊपर भी जाएगा. और सिर्फ रिसर्च पेपर ही नहीं, जैसा सर ने कहा कि इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, बड़े बड़े साइंटिस्ट आज भी है, लोग आए भी. और हम तो कुछ लोगों को मिस कर गए क्योंकि वो टाइम मैनेजमेंट, ये सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. डोंट माइंड, बट वेस्टर्न या कोई भी स्पीकर्स, दे आर वेरी मच ऑन टाइम. वो लंच आधा घंटा मतलब आधा घंटा, हमारा आधा घंटा मतलब 1 घंटा. उनको 10 मिनट बोलने देंगे तो 10 मिनट ही बोलेंगे, पर यहाँ पे कुछ कभी एक्सटेंशन हो जाता है. व्हाटएवर, फिर भी सबका साथ लेते हुए, अलग अलग लोगों को जोड़ते हुए टाइम जोन्स में हम लोग इसको बहुत सक्सेसफुली निभा पाए. ये हमारे लिए भी, हमारे भी एक्सपीरियंस में और एक जुड़ गया, और एक कॉन्फ्रेंस, और KCSA के लिए पहला कॉन्फ्रेंस. KCSA is India's first and only one residential program imparting space science education from schooling till higher education. और हमारी ये जो बच्चे हैं, आज हमारे बीच 15, 16, 17 बच्चे हैं जो हमारे फर्स्ट बैच के बच्चे हैं. उनके लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ें समझ में आई होंगी, बहुत सारी नहीं आई होंगी, बहुत उनको पता ही नहीं चला होगा क्या है. बहुत लोग कहते हैं ये बहुत बोरिंग टाइप का प्रोग्राम होता है. मतलब इसमें काफ़ी लोगों को ऐसे बच्चों को लगता है, उनके मन में भी चलता होगा, लगता होगा, कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स को भी लगता होगा क्या प्रोफेसर्स ने बोल दिया पेपर प्रेजेंट करो, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन भाई करना ही पड़ेगा. लेकिन ये एक ऐसा ही जगह है जहाँ पे आपको सिर्फ ज्ञान मिलेगा, सीखने, सुनने, समझने, जिसको मैं कहता हूँ लर्निंग, नया सीखना, अनलर्निंग, कुछ भूल चुके होंगे वापस करना, रीलर्निंग, तो भूल चुके होंगे तो उनको वापस रिलर्न करना। तो एक ऐसा जगह जहाँ पे बच्चों को समझ में नहीं आया होगा, लेकिन बहुत सारी बातें आने वाले वक्त में लगे अच्छा ये कहीं तो सुना था, समझा था या देखा था। हम क्या चाहते हैं, साइंटिस्ट बिल्ड करना या लोगों में साइंटिफिक आइडिया क्यूरेट करना। इसके लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है कि बच्चों को समझना, बच्चों में वो लाना कि ओके ये होता है। तो पवनजीत कौर जी ने भी बहुत अच्छा है कहा था कि बच्चों के अंदर ये बहुत कम जगह होता है कि साइंटिफिक एक आइडिया क्यूरेट भी करना, एनवायरमेंट बिल्ड करना। दिस इज व्हाट वी आर। ये नेहरू साइंस सेंटर क्यों सिलेक्ट किया गया? बहुत सारे एवेन्यूज हो सकते हैं, बट साइंटिफिक एवेन्यू, उन्होंने छोटा सा टूर भी कर लिया बीच में जाके हमारे साइंस यहाँ का, बिकॉज वी आर ऑल मल्टीपर्पज एंड विथ मल्टीफेसेटेड, एंड माई टीम इज लाइक दैट। ऐसा टीम पाना भी अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा भाग्य की बात होती है। हम सब एक स्टार्टअप मोड में है, एक फाउंडर जैसा रोल है मेरा, नॉट एज अ डायरेक्टर, और मेरे माता पिता समान मेरे बॉसेस है। सो दिस इज हाउ देयर लव एंड अफेक्शन टुवर्ड्स दिस बिल्डिंग दिस सिस्टम। एंड सिमिलरली आई हैव गॉट, होता है डांट सुनना पड़ेगा, बात सुनना पड़ेगा, वॉट एवर इज देयर, बट दिस पीपल नो what to do, and that's the reason this show has gone flawlessly. So it is a big effort. आपको जाने, जिसको एक्सपीरियंस लोगों के साथ काम करने में बहुत मजा आता है, हर लोग एक्सपीरियंस ही लोग चाहते हैं, नॉन एक्सपीरियंस लोगों के साथ काम करने का मजा अलग होता है, जिसमें आप पूरे तरह से इतने इन्वॉल्व हो जाते हो कि आपको अपने लिए तो टाइम रहता ही नहीं है। और ये स्कूल के टीचर्स जो आज हमारे बीच है, दो चार, कल एक मैडम का था, आज दो तीन लोगों का प्रेजेंट था ऑनलाइन। ऑनलाइन भी काफी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, आपको पता नहीं चल रहा है, काफी लोग ऑनलाइन है। ये लोग बोल रहे सर इतने लोग ऑनलाइन है, और डॉक्टर मंसूरी भी ऑनलाइन जुड़े थे, 1 घंटे से वेट कर रहे थे कब मौका मिलेगा। तो मैंने बोल दिया उनको कि नहीं हो रहा है इस बार, बट जो टीचर्स पहली बार, स्कूल टीचर्स ने, हमारे भोंडे हाई स्कूल जो हमारा है लोनावाला में, जो हमारा कैंपस है, वहाँ के टीचर्स लोग आए, प्रिंसिपल्स एंड टीचर्स, उन्होंने वो करेज दिखाया। स्कूल लेवल में रिसर्च जैसा कॉन्सेप्ट होता ही नहीं है, पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन होता नहीं है। तो मैंने मैम से एक दिन बातों में बोला कि मैम आई वांट देम टू डू, और ये भी मैंने उनको कहा, 20-30 लोग आए थे, लेकिन आज हमारे भी सिर्फ 8-9 लोग हैं जिनमें वो करेज है इस इंटरनेशनल पोडियम पे खड़े होके 4 बात बोलने का। सो वो आता बहुत सबको सब कुछ है, प्रेजेंट करना, पब्लिक के बीच देना, ये सब एक स्किल एंड आर्ट है, हम सब कुछ सीखना चाहिए। That's what I would not take much time, but I now request, because I think everything is ready, ma'am is also waiting, but these are the experiences which we are inculcating. So I am extremely workaholic. लोगों को लगता है दिन भर काम ही करता है, काम ही करता है, काम ही करता है, because ये स्टार्टअप है, आपको फाउंडर जैसा काम करना है। तब आप इसको 25 साल, 10 साल, 5 साल बाद यूनिवर्सिटी बनानी है तो वो आसान काम नहीं है। एशिया का पहला यूनिवर्सिटी बनाना है तो उसके लिए मेहनत भी दुगनी तिगनी चौगुनी करनी पड़ेगी। ये लोगों को भी लगता है 24 घंटे काम ही कराते हैं, तो काम ही करना पड़ेगा ना। दैट इज हाउ यू हैव टू बी। स्टार्टअप्स ऐसे बिल्ड होते हैं। तो बड़े बड़े जो कंपनियां ऐसे जोमेटो, स्विगी, आज ऑर्डर करने में 2 मिनट लगता है, बनाने में बहुत मेहनत लगा है। उसी तरह टाटास बोलिए, बिरलास बोलिए, अडानीज, अंबानीज, एनीबडी यू टेक। लेंसकार्ट की भी अपनी कहानी है, हर एक स्टार्टअप की अपनी कहानी है। सो थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर ऑलवेज बीइंग देयर। सो छोटे से बड़ा, सबसे सीनियर हमारे इकबाल सर है जो सबसे यंग है इनफैक्ट, और सबसे यंगेस्ट भी है। तो इस तरीके से पूरी टीम हमारी बनी, और हमारे सारे बच्चे जो 2-3 दिन से है, दे हैव बीन वेरी गुड। और हमारे कैटरर जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छा हमें सब प्रबंध करके दिया, थैंक यू जाफर। फूड इज द वे फॉर हार्ट, तो दैट इज व्हाट, सबने अच्छा खाना खाया, सबने एंजॉय किया, थैंक यू एवरीवन। नाउ विदाउट मेकिंग मैम फर्दर वेट एंड अदर्स फर्दर वेट, आई हैव राहुल कम जॉइन मी। So I have all the privilege to have the announcement for the track wise we will go. Track 1, astrophysics and astronomy. So in that we have the second prize, and the prize goes to Lisha Shawnee for topic impact of radar activity on satellite infrastructure. I think she has given it online. So, faculty, Dr. Pawanjit Kaur, please. I would request Dr. Pawanjit Kaur, faculty mentor from Symbiosis Skill and Development University, to please, on behalf of the candidate, to have the, awardee, to have the award winner, to have the prize. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Fine, let me just take note. Yeah. Now, first prize for track 1 goes to Riddhi Paranjape. Topic: Oxicity material for space aircraft structure. And I call upon Professor Vyas to be here with us on behalf of the student to collect the, this is a faculty mentor, to collect the award. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to the winners, Riddhi Paranjape and Lisha Shawnee. Now I look forward to call upon winner of track 2. And second prize goes to Suhani Thakur for smart materials and modern engineering. For this also again I call upon the faculty mentor, Professor Dr. Pawanjit Kaur, on behalf of the student Suhani Thakur to receive the award. Now let's clap for the achievements. Online or offline ho, हम तो clap बजा ही सकते हैं. Now, track 2, STEAM, the first prize goes to Abha Amod Barve for the topic lightweighted material in aerospace Indian context. Okay, again it is been given to, on behalf of the student, given to ma'am. So thank you. So winner of track 2, we are having Suhani Thakur and Abha Amod Barve. Thank you, ma'am. Now, track 3, we are having only one prize for the earth science and geology, and it goes to Tanuprit Singh, technological innovation in water and sanitation. Online, the candidate presented, and our faculty mentor, thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. So track 1, 2, 3, we have announced the prizes. And now track number 4, that is for space science, education, policy and law. And the prize goes to Shruti Satpute for topic human rights in outer space, extending fundamental rights beyond Earth. Welcome. Congratulations, Shruti. Winner of track number 4. Heartiest congratulations. Thank you. Now moving ahead with track number 5, sustainability development. And we have 3 prizes in the track. Third prize goes to Tejasvi Vishwanathan and Shriya Agrawal. Human-centric sustainability, understanding green consumer segment through cluster analysis and its impact on supply chain planning. Welcome on stage, Tejasvi Vishwanathan and Shriya Agrawal. Yeah, hold the prize. Thank you. Now I welcome on stage for second prize for the track 5, sustainability development. And I would look forward to call upon stage for receiving the second prize, Manisha Abhay Firke, topic green computing, promoting sustainable and energy sufficient information technology. Congratulations, ma'am. Mrs. Manisha Abhay Firke for track 5, prize second. Now, time has come to declare the first prize in track number 5, sustainability development. And I would like to call upon on stage Dr. Akshay Vyas for the topic Small Disciplines, Big Impact, Interdisciplinary Science and Technology Solution for the Sustainable Development Goals. Congratulations, sir. Heartiest congratulations. Now track number 6. And for track number 6, again, we are having 3 prizes. So we are having third prize goes to Shraddha Yadav for the topic, does delivery transparency increases customer conversions? Evidence for IOD in India e-commerce customers. Shraddha Yadav, prize third, business management and entrepreneurship track 6. Is she alone? They left. No problem. Congratulations to them also. Now, prize second, we are having one of the presenter from outside India. He hails from Sri Lanka, Nishanta Sripal Naurunga. So he gave on industrial disputes, positively moderate the relationship between industrial relationship and organizational productivity. So he's all from Sri Lanka. I think he presented. I don't know whether he is there joining. Yeah, can we have him on screen if possible, pinging up if we can have a word. Nishanta sir, are you there? Prof. Nishanta?
Yes, I'm here. I'm so happy.
Heartiest congratulations to you. Would like to just have your camera on so that the audience can just wave their hands and we all can congratulate you. Thanks a lot for being there from another country and being there in our conference. Thank you a lot. Second prize winner, Nishanta Shipal, Business Management and Entrepreneurship Track 6. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yes. Heartiest congratulations.
Thank
Now we are having track 6, Business Management and Entrepreneurship prize, first prize, and that goes to Dr. Padma Shri Patil. Topic, structural analysis and preferences for investment linked to insurance product and applying ISM and MIC formula. She's not there. Okay. So on behalf of her, I would like to call upon, she gave online, I guess. Online present, I would like to call upon Dr. Vineet Joshi to have the prize on behalf of ma'am. Is she there online? Yeah. Padma ma'am, can you hear us? Padma Shri ma'am? No problem. So I think Vineet sir can do the needful. Heartiest congratulations. Dr. Padma Shri Patil prize, first prize for track 6, Business Management and Entrepreneurship. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind blessings and your support all time and for this process of giving awards to everyone. Now, one award is left, I guess. We need to give the anchors. That time, Vardha ma'am was not there. So I would like to call upon our Professor Vardha ma'am, anchor of the day, and we called upon that time we're not there, so we will complete the felicitation. So kindly be there on the stage, please. I request our Honorable Secretary Vinet, Mrs. Radhika Bonde ma'am, to felicitate ma'am. Anything is left? Kuch hai? All done? Perfect. Thanks. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Now I will be looking forward to hand over to. Oh, thank you. Yes. Ma'am, 2 minutes. Now I would like to call upon Miss Neha Jadhav and Mr. Amit Das for being there throughout the day for last 2 days, helping us for all the technical support. A round applause of hand for Ms. Neha Yadav and Amit Das, sir. सामने भी रहेगा, नहीं कोई भी दे दो ना, बाद में एक्सचेंज कर लेंगे। सामने वाला दे देना जिधर रखा हुआ है चेयर पे, हाँ उधर जो है रिप्लेस कर दो, रिप्लेस कर दो। Now I'd like to call upon Neil Raj, our graphic designer and one of the backbone of this entire program, who is constantly sitting for 2 hours, I'm sorry, 2 days for all the long hours and continuously getting ahead with all the PPTs and all the connections. Thanks a lot, Neil. So, yeah. So thank you, everyone. Now I look forward to, yeah, the sound team, thank you very much for your presence and all the support that you have given us. Thank you. Now I look forward to call upon Rahul to further close the ceremony. Yeah.
So, okay. So proceeding now further with the conclusion of this mega event, I would now like to invite our faculty member Chinmay sir to lead us into the rendition of the national anthem. Yeah. Please all rise high. Yeah. And after that, we'll have a group photo. Okay.
Yeah. वो लिंक शेयर कर देंगे, अनाउंस करो, प्लेटफॉर्म का लिंक शेयर करेंगे।
Yeah. And after that, we'll also be sharing a feedback link with you all. So kindly please fill the form and update us. Okay. So Chinmay sir, please start. Okay. Come on.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभाशिष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे, भारत माता की जय।
Everyone, please gather on the stage. Everyone, please. Everyone on the stage. या कुछ बच्चे खड़ा करना, देख लो भाई क्या है जाफर, पर आ जाएगा सब लोग पीछे करना क्या करें। Okay, after the group photograph, we will go for high tea and networking. Okay, please everyone. After the group photo, we'll all go for high tea, which is there in the same room where we have our lunch. सारे मौसलों को बुला लो। Yes, participants. Yes, everyone, participants, please join. बच्चों को आगे की तरफ करिए, बच्चों आगे जाइए। Yes.